you guys. Thank you for hanging out with us. We have a doozy of an episode for you today. There's been some drama going on, and we're in the thick of it. As you can tell, our friend Wes has joined a gang.
West Side?
The West Side gang. The West Side gang. But yeah, we're gonna talk all things Billy Carson, Bully Carson, and
hashtag Bully Carson.
Yes, and Wes Huff and Anton and Mark and all the friends here. Thank you so much for being with us. Remember to subscribe. Remember to share and comment. This is live, so you can comment, and we'll try our best to respond as we go. This is going to be a long one, though, but this is going to be really interesting because we are diving into Billy's response to all that's been happening, all this drama, and I had a great time watching this thing. This was insane. Billy is a character for sure. Ben, how are you?
I'm good, bro. Check your text. I'm writing you right now.
You writing me?
Yeah. Hey, this is going to be a good one, man. I'm super excited about it. I watched some clips of it last night. It gets pretty unhinged.
Yeah.
It's a 3-hour rant, basically, all because Billy didn't realize he was using fake documents. Like, big deal. Okay, but it becomes a bigger deal, and now it's completely blown up. So let's see what happens. Okay, let's pull up the Billy Carson response video to the debate with Wes Huff. Also, I've been talking to Wes a little bit in his DMs, slid in there, and well, in a good way. And he also said he's going to be releasing the full unedited debate with Billy on his YouTube as well today. So, hey, Wes don't care. Wes is gangster.
He's gangster.
So even with his non-disclosure, what was it? Cease and desist that Billy's been sending out to everybody. Wes don't care. And he's going to be posting the full thing, and this is going to escalate. So we've also set up a GoFundMe for Wes, Anton, and Mark Minard. The link should be down in the description of this video, and if not, I'm sure you can just search. I'm sure you can search Wes Huff on GoFundMe.
Maybe I can put it in here too.
Everything is going to be going to them for their legal battle because Billy's going to escalate this thing 100%, as we'll see in the reaction video here. But all right, bro, you want to pull up the vid?
You know, I just put it in the chat, so in the live chat. So we'll see if that.
Pin it?
I don't know. That's what I was looking for, but I'll work on that. Let's get in on it. Yeah, so this one's a long one, guys, but it's really interesting. I know you'll be entertained, and we're going to talk about it as we go. And remember to super chat. Send us some love, and just tell us your ideas to your comments. I mean, it always helps, and we can get the word out this way. So the more activity that you guys help us with, the more people will know about this video and what's going on, because it is pretty crazy. Just wait till we get into it. And listen, we're not hating on him, but we're just exposing the truth for what it is, man. Because you'll see for yourself. You'll see for yourself. Let's get into it here. All right, let's go.
Like I was just telling you guys, it's Billy Carson, aka Forbidden Knowledge. There's going to be a lot of people in here tonight. Got a lot of people popping in here tonight. It's going to be a long night. Got a lot to cover tonight. Got a lot to cover. All right. And as you know, I always bring the receipts, so it's going to be a good talk. Okay.
Do you? Where were the receipts during the debate?
Shout out to Dave Asprey. Anyway, so what is this video about today? Billy Carson exposes fake debate video. All right, what is this? What is this all about? What is he talking about? What's happening out there? What's going on?
Someone said that West.
Everybody wants to know what's happening. What's going on? Well, I'm going to tell you what's going on. Yes, I am. I'm going to tell you what's going on. So let's start from the very beginning. We're talking about 4 defendants. Actually, now there's a potential 5th defendant.
Oh,
is it us?
Their names are defendant 1, 2, 3, 4, and potentially 5. These are not names of people because those people are actual defendants. And you'll see by the end of this video why I call them defendants.
Okay.
And so they're defendants, not people. You see, unlike this gang that use the name of Christ as their battle shield to go do evil things and do a lot of things behind the scenes that are very dark.
So Christians are gang members.
Try to create this global network for little old Billy Carson. They have to create, they have to
do that laugh.
They have to attempt, and it's a bad attempt. They have to network with hundreds of thousands of people all over the world.
Yeah, we're Christians,
to
bro.
supposedly end Billy Carson's career. Well, they only don't realize not only are they not ending my career, they're making me more famous because they call my name out every 5 minutes.
Oh,
I'm
Billy.
on their tongue and their lips every minute of the day. When they go to sleep, they dream about me. When they wake up, the first thing they do before they kiss their wife or their boyfriend, they talk about me.
Before I kiss Dennis.
They post me and call my name 24 hours a day, nonstop. They're absolutely infatuated with me.
That he's infatuated with himself.
And because of that, and because of what they have done now, they have created this whole energy field. That's what's behind me now, this flower of life energy. They've created this energy. There's only one force that exists in the entire known universe. One force, one consciousness. There's only one.
Star Wars.
And that one force can be used for darkness and it can be used for light. Just like the Jedi. The Jedi will use the force for dark.
There it is.
The Jedi will use the force for light, and the Empire will use the force for darkness. It's up to the wielder of the power. But the true masters know how to turn that dark energy into light.
The true masters.
So all this energy that they're in their crock pot stirring up, we're going to attack Billy Carson. We must do everything we possibly can, including making fake accounts, making bots and robot accounts to comment and hate and try to thumbs down videos.
No, Billy, it's me. It's me. I'm doing it.
12-year-old child.
I'm a real boy.
Threats against his family.
Nobody's threatening you.
Which I'll go over in a little
bit. Prove it. Where are the receipts?
As they try to track down his goons or whatever you call these people, these zealots, track down, want to find out where I live, want to show up where I'm going to be, want to beg their followers for money to try to investigate and research me.
Pause it, Dennis, real quick.
Why are they doing this?
He's doing a raise for his media company. He's begging people for money nonstop. And so now if somebody else asks for money, like we've started a GoFundMe to protect against Bully Carson and his legal action against Wes, Anton, and Mark. So now we're zealots and these guys are going out begging for money. Nobody asked for $1. We started that on our own initiative, just so you guys know.
Right.
Defendants doing this. Well, there's 2 reasons, actually, maybe even 3. The first reason is clout. These defendants, are actually clout chasers. That's what they are. They're pure clout chasers. Nobody really cares to know who these people are, except for the people that are in their religion and which is not even a religion. It's more than religion. It's more like a cult. Because I know real Christians. I know cult people. This is a cult that they're involved in. I know real Christians, good friends that are real Christians. And what they're in is not Christianity. It's something totally different. So let's break it down tonight. We got 5,400 in the live chat.
Oh, yeah, we got 11.
Make sure you guys share this video. I need more people in here. Get this video shared to everybody you can possibly get it out to. Get it on out there.
Yeah, get it on out there.
Get it on out there.
His career is really going to come to an end. You see, you can't end the career of an independent man, a self-made man. I don't have any corporate contracts. I didn't sign a book deal with a major company. I own my own publishing company.
I could do that.
I didn't sign a
So
clothing
full
deal
of
with a clothing company. I own my own clothing company. Nice threads too.
Look at my merch.
My own watch.
What up, Billy? I got merch.
My own shoes, my own everything. You can't shut down somebody or end a career of somebody that that didn't sign a TV deal with a major network. I own my own TV network.
It's called
going anywhere.
YouTube.
You can't shut down somebody or end a career of somebody that has over 140 social media accounts with over 10 million followers. And I really call you guys 10 million leaders. Because I don't pass followers. I create leaders on my networks. So you see, you can't really shut them down. You can't really end a career. All you can do is blow me up. And that's exactly what's been happening.
Dude.
But look, we're about to hit 6,000. We'll have 10,000 on here pretty soon.
I got 15.
I'm just delaying a little bit. We'll have 10,000 people on here pretty soon.
Keep them coming, Billy.
I want everybody on here. Get all your people. Keep sending more of your people over here.
I want to hit 20.
Send them on over. Because this is going to be a beautiful discussion tonight. I'm looking forward to it.
Me too, Billy. Me too.
Thanks, Believe.
So let's talk about the mindset of people that would want to attack a 12-year-old child. My stepson, the son of my wife. Let's talk about this Christian ideology, this cult Christian ideology.
Dude, look at his
where they want to attack children.
Yeah, dude.
They want to find out about the children. They want to find that. They want to show up at the crib. They want to show up at the house. They want to pull up.
That's what you did.
That's what he did.
Oh yeah, they never said this in any video. But the people that they're connected to, which we're going to break down who they are a little bit today. I'm going to save some for the legal system and I'll tell you the agencies that we're working with as well. But it's very interesting. You have to really begin to question the mindset of people and their real agenda, which is not spreading love and light and the gospel. It's really about domination, control, power, and taking over. You see, that's what it's really all about.
Okay.
When we were live yesterday, I wasn't live. My wife went live yesterday. Some of their zealous cult followers, and you can go look at the comments. We didn't delete them all. They're there. I can't even repeat what was said about our son on this video because they will delete the video. This is the following that these people have. They have real followers. We have leaders. They have followers.
We follow Jesus, bro.
Because the people that are on our side, they would never bend their mouth to do some of the things, and also never take the bribes and take these secret phone calls that have been going out to try to recruit more people, to ask a lot of incredible questions and to dig deeper and to try to raise money and beg for money and to try to find out addresses and locations and all this kind of stuff. Threats of, we're going to be pulling up, we're going to be showing up at these events from the top all the way down. So defendant number one is part of a ringleader program. He's not the main ringleader, but he's one of them. And we're going to be going a little bit into that tonight as well, while we still also talk about this contrived debate situation. Okay. But this organization that is defendant,
we'll find out.
I'm sorry, it's not defendant number one. I'm not going to actually call him defendant number two because he's actually technically number two on the docket that we have.
Isn't he the defendant?
Defendant number one, we'll be talking about him in a minute. Defendant number two, he is a person that's heavily involved in the super left NDP. They're backed by religious zealots. A lot of them are with the University of Ontario. Which we've already been in talks with the University of Ontario.
Wes Huff.
And they're heavily involved in bribes for false information and doing a lot of what you would call research.
Hey,
if somebody has real knowledge, if their word is so powerful, if their holy words that they know and all their history that they supposedly know is so incredible and so true, why they got to do all this for little old Billy Carson? Why they got to come?
It's not for us.
For little old Billy Carson.
It's for the word of God.
Right? Why is that? It seems as if they just don't have the power they thought they had. All right. So we're heavily involved in
this guy's
a lot
so
of
delusional.
research,
yeah, man.
along with sharing information with different parties, different organizations. One is the RCMP. That's the Royal Canadian Mounted Police. Through them, we were able to get connected with the VDP, the Vancouver Police Department, also the CFSEU, which they then linked us there in a conference call. So we're dealing with the Combined Forces Special Enforcement Unit, and they're involved in a lot of organized gang-related crime.
I love that.
That's what they're involved in. And why is it gang-related? Because in America, this would be called a RICO. When you put a group of people together and you begin to organize and you conspire to attack through cyber attacks, through physical attack, through threats, and you also you create this environment for negativity. You create this environment for potential threat of life. You create this environment for zealots to feel that they're now empowered to injure, potential injury, and things like that, or to disrupt business. That's a RICO.
Nothing.
They have something different in Canada for that, as we were told now through the attorneys and the talks we've had so far.
Dennis, pause it.
And also the Canadian
guys. Just so you know, any of us could contact the police department and the NPC and whatever agencies he just listed off. Anybody could contact those agencies. This doesn't mean anything. It literally means nothing. If I call 911 and then make a YouTube video saying that I contacted the police, so what? Hit it, Dennis. And where are the receipts?
Yeah.
Anti-Fraud Center, the CAFC. Cybercrime involves fraud, phishing, and other online fraud, including scams. And one of the scams is contacting people and paying bribes, offering bribes, which has happened, to get them to give an alternative view or a different opinion about forbidden knowledge or Billy Carson, which has already happened. There's already one named defendant. That'll be defendant number 3. Okay.
Is that me?
Pretty interesting stuff tonight. So
you wish.
Where are we at now? We got 7,000. Come on, let's go.
28. Nice.
Come on, bring the people on in there. Get this video out there now. I got a lot to talk about tonight.
Me too.
This is the video y'all been waiting on.
Yeah, it is.
I saw one of their videos go. I said, the video you've been waiting to see. Now, that ain't the video you've been waiting to see. Nobody's waiting to see their videos.
They were.
Nobody cares to see their videos. Only the people that are already in the cult or people that are just curious. The people that want to see videos or the video they want to see is the ones that I'm putting out. And nobody puts out more volume of videos and content than I do. Nobody in the world. Not one single person.
Nobody.
You may try to collectively create a whole bunch of content by passing the same video around 100 million times, talking about 2 things or 3 things. That's all you really have. You have nothing else to talk about.
Who are you talking to?
But in terms of real knowledge, you don't have any.
This guy's so delusional, man.
Now, let's start with defendant number 1. Okay.
Okay.
Defendant number 1. Let me pull this out.
I'm trying to figure out who the defendants are.
People are shocked that I'm suing somebody. Oh, I've sued a lot of people already. This is. I'm not a dummy. I'm not one of these kids from the hood that just goes out there and gets into fights and shoots people. I don't do that. I use the same legal system that's been afforded to everyone else of every color and every race that's available to me.
I got to say, I used to think he was really smart, intellectual.
Yeah.
But after watching this, I was just like, dude, this guy, he's lost it, man.
I think he's putting up a facade, like he's in charge and he's a god and everybody's coming after him and you just want my position and my clout. I think he's kind of losing it. I think he's struggling as to what's going on. You know what I mean?
I think so.
And he's just trying to keep up face.
Yeah.
Let's go ahead and get into some of this. I'm going to pull up defendant number 1 here. Let's see if I can find him here. There he goes. This defendant was considered to be a very close friend. And as you can see in the photos here, top left, he's at my wife's birthday party, as you can see, marked with the black line across his face. He's marked up, okay? On the
so he just
bottom beneath that, you see all of us in white. His face has got the black bar across.
He just said that's Mark.
Again, we marked up his face. But again, this person was at my wedding. That's my wedding down there. For my very, very, what I thought would be my very close friends. We had a very private wedding in Bora Bora. And I think we only had 14 people there max. And he was actually one of those 14 people. On the lower right side, you can see that, we are hopping off of a private jet. He actually got, we got so close with the family, and they would come on trips with us, and we would go on trips with them. We have private jets. We don't have them, we don't own them, but we rent them out. We fly them different places. He flies the private jets.
He's right.
In fact, one of the ones that we use now is one that he referred to me.
Hey, pause it real quick.
Okay, the jet.
Hey, you guys are right. He is all about the money. Everything's about jets, watches, clothes, cars, houses. He's all about the money. The only reason he's doing this right here, making a response and making a big deal about this, is because he's losing money. He's actually losing money. In our interview with Anton told us people are starting to pull out of his Egypt tours that he does.
Wow.
And he's not refunding them their money, allegedly. So this is costing him money, and he's in the process of raising funds right now for his network that he's trying to build. So this could not have happened at a worse time for him.
Yeah,
Hit it.
Very, very true.
Club. And so, but I'm sitting here, I'm flying around with this guy on private jets, and there is
great. The new GoDaddy Arrow has
Guys,
AI marketing.
this is why we need support.
Guys, we're sponsored.
Businesses easily.
We're sponsored by GoDaddy.
This line of discussion.
We better get ad revenue from that.
It's because this defendant was in my inner circle. Now, this defendant is my neighbor. I can literally go out my front door and walk for about 2 minutes and knock on his front door. We're inside the same exact gated community. Okay, so this is a person not only that's been around us, that we hang out with, that we fly on private jets with and go around the world and everything else, but also this is a person that, my kid goes over their house, spends the night. Their son comes over here, spends the night. His son and my son are best friends. I've sent him and his son to countless NBA games because I have season tickets, but since I work so much and I'm traveling so much, I miss a lot of games.
You don't.
Sometimes I sell them, but sometimes I just give the tickets away to people that I think can use them. People I feel that can really appreciate the games. And so, as a matter of fact, you'll find out that I had just given him some tickets just recently, even while all this was going on, so he could take his son to a nice NBA game. Anyway, so this is the type of person you believe is really close to you and would never betray you. This is something that I manifested. This is no blame on the defendant. This is a blame on me.
What?
Because at some point, he got past the radar. He really got past the radar. From the beginning, he was a secret hater from the jump. You just never know. Sometimes you get people that you think are really close to you and that they're your real friends, and the whole time they've got some type of envy or jealousy or whatever it is brewing in the background, some type of deceit, or they're ready to backstab or whatever the case may be, right?
Why did you manifest that?
That's the situation. So this is the guy right here, all right?
Seems like you shouldn't have done that, right?
So why would I show something like that? Well, I'm establishing a relationship, and it's very important as to some of the videos that have been put out there that have been circulating, where you see me pull up to his house, or I don't pull up, I ring the doorbell. And I'm going to play the audio from me ringing the doorbell because I recorded myself at his house.
At 2:30
with the audio, and thank goodness I did that because the audio tags the date, the time, and you can hear me speak
2:30
my location, where I'm at, what I'm going to do, and the doorbell I'm coming that I ring. You can hear the doorbell ring
at 2:30.
So did the ring
very,
doorbell.
very important that I establish this timeline. This is called evidence.
Oh,
this is called evidence.
Thank you.
Okay.
Okay.
There's people out there in this gang, this gang out there.
Oh, sorry.
I do call them a gang, this organized crime gang. they want to establish me as
least we're
some type of
organized.
a crazy
least we're
guy who
organized.
pulled up
Hold
on a
on.
YouTuber when that's not.
Pause it. Guys, have you seen, pull up West Side.
All right.
Guys, take a screenshot of this. This is an organized gang that Wes, Anton, and Mark are a part of. This is the graphic for the gang that they're a part of.
Hey, if you want to join the West Side gang,
West Side.
post this and tag us, okay?
Oh my
And,
god.
and tag Wes Huff. Of
Oh
course.
my god.
And Billy.
I sent this to him. He was
And
dying.
Billy. Oh yeah.
Oh my
That's
god.
awesome. And send it to Billy Carson and Anton
Dude,
too. Tag all these guys.
West Side.
All the defendants. We're the defendant gang.
We're a gang of zealots.
Oh man, I always wanted to be part of a gang. I grew up in
Seriously.
Chicago, and I was too weak and too white. So
Pull it up.
all right, let's do it.
Hey, also, any super chats that come in, we're going to pause it. We're going to read the super chat, and it's all going to Wes's legal defense fund that we started.
That's right. We already got some donors. Thank you so much, guys.
Yeah.
Fantastic.
What happened? Okay. Now I actually got very sick. I was extremely sick and went in the hospital prior to this whole thing happening. And when I say I was sick, I was
Someone said we're a
deathly ill.
dangerous gang.
I actually almost died.
Gee,
We did a whole podcast about this maybe a couple of months back when it first happened.
I
I'm
can't say
still
that
not
whole line,
fully out of
JD.
recovery.
Sorry.
Okay. This is me in the hospital and my wife sleeping on a sofa next to me while in the middle of the night. You can see the heart monitor, the oxygen in my nose, and everything
So this
else.
is he's saying this was a couple days
I did a
before
podcast about it because she
the
literally saved my life
interview, right?
and allowed me to make
Or
it
the
back to
debate.
America so that I can get hospital treatment in America, because where I was, they didn't have the proper treatment. And why am I showing you that? Also to establish a timeline. It's very important to understand what was going on. And yes, I was really in the hospital, and yes, I was really sick.
That's right, Maria.
Okay. Here goes my hospital bandage that I take, because everyone knows that my leaders out there, my leaders that are always on my accounts, know that I always
He's
keep
extra,
receipts
man.
of
He's
every
doing it
single
all.
thing.
This is his.
And that's my hospital bandage.
It's
and
almost
then I
like
have
this
my
is he's giving it
hospital
all he's
bills.
got right here, right now,
This
because
is
he
my
knows he
bill
has no
for the
lawsuit.
stay in the hospital,
Nothing can
$37,460.
happen. He knows.
That's
he's
one
losing
of
money.
the three. Right?
This is his last.
There's another one
ditch
here
effort, just trying to
for
salvage what he's got. Because
$1,601.
now people are going to come for him.
And
Because this is a big deal.
there's another bill.
He made it a big deal by even doing this. Do you realize
here
that?
it goes. $2,585. These are often at one stay in the hospital. Okay, so these are the hospital bills. So I was extremely ill and sick. And to add to that point,
I love how much detail he puts into these things, but not his.
here during the section where I went over to Mark's house, which was right around the corner from me, if you look at my arm in the lower corner of the photo, you see that I just got the IV bandage taken out of my arm from being in the hospital. Okay, I just got the IV bandage out. I was in the hospital with a severe case of pneumonia, and that pneumonia was so severe that it literally almost killed me. And my whole right side was completely full of bacteria, and then the left side was almost full. I had only 25% oxygen support. My body was going into septic shock, white blood cell count trending up towards 40. I lost 22 pounds and was extremely ill. I noticed yesterday when my wife was talking,
did you manifest that?
The post that she had made, people were commenting, that black guy, these are the Christian followers of this cult. That black guy looks like he's on drugs, and people commenting, yeah, he's on drugs. He's a dope addict.
Who are
and all
saying
these
this in his chat?
crazy comments.
I have no idea. There's no
This
receipts.
is the enlightened people. These are the chosen ones, right? Well, I look sick in the video because I actually was sick. Matter of fact, before the video started, I had a bottle of water, and I told him, look, you may have to stop this a couple times because I can't really breathe that well yet. My lungs are still recovering, and I coughed from time to time because I was trying to cough up still a little bit of phlegm in there from the pneumonia. After I got done with the IVs, they moved me on.
What does this have to do with you using the Gospel of Barnabas and the Gospel of Jesus's wife as sources?
Absolutely nothing. That's the thing.
What,
he's turning
what does this
it
have
in,
to do
he's
with
turning
anything?
it away from
Yes.
how bad he got.
Yes.
You know,
none of this matters. You've been using false sources. Were you at the hospital before you went to Joe Rogan, before you went on PBD, before you went on Andrew Schultz, Sean Ryan? Do you want me to keep going? Were you at the hospital before you? Did you have a Band-Aid on your arm while you were doing those podcasts as well? Because you said the same thing.
Right.
Right.
Yeah. He
Hit
just,
it.
it's insane.
to the actual tablet or pill that you take, these huge horse pills, and got to keep taking those antibiotics until your lungs are clear. But it's still a long healing process, a 12-week healing process. And I got like a week and a half or two to go for this healing process. Now, why is that important? Why is that important to this whole thing? Well, because I wasn't even supposed to leave the house. I was extremely sick. I had just had a near-death experience in the hospital a few days prior, got released. I had been so sick for the 2 weeks leading up to the hospitalization, trying to get back to America, trying to stay alive. And then I'm bedridden, and I just feel like, man, I just got to get up and do something. I can't stay. I just can't lay down like this. I just can't do it. Like, for a person as active as me, it felt horrible. I felt like I was, completely useless. So I get a call from Mark. It's like, hey man, we're gonna hop on a podcast, I'm like, okay, yeah. I'm like, that sounds like a good idea. Something I can do. And all I gotta do is go around the corner from my house. I don't have to even leave the neighborhood. I don't have to go on an airplane, which is what I usually have to do. I can just literally walk around the corner and go in this house. So that's what I did. My wife was extremely unhappy that I told her I was going to go over there. I was like, I'll just be like 30 minutes or so. It won't be a big deal. He just wants to have a conversation. We're going to talk about some things. He got somebody else coming on. I really thought it was just going to be like a casual conversation about our perspectives on reality and our perspectives on religion versus spirituality. I really didn't know it was going to be any kind of a debate. Okay, it's more like more of an ambush situation. And I have all the text messages to prove this, which are going to be.
Okay, so I hope he shows the text messages, because Mark, Wes, and Anton, West Side, the gang that he's referring to, they all said that he was notified a day before. Right. So I really hope he shows the texts that this was an ambush, and he just thought that it was going to be a friendly conversation for 30 minutes.
Right. And even the conversation, though, he was saying things that were just so blatantly wrong. That's what Wes picked up on. Like, he was saying, like, hey, wait a second. What do you mean by this? It wasn't even like a real debate in a sense. It wasn't like
it was a kind of a conversation.
Yeah, it was.
But he was just calling him out.
Right. He was just asking him, hey, wait, what do you mean by that? And then trying to, get an answer. And then of course Billy would just skate around it, or then say, oh, he misspoke or whatever. It was so bad.
In the discovery for defendant number one. Anyway, so I go over there. I'm a little gassed, but whatever. I'm just happy to be involved in anything at this point. I sit down, get mic'd up and everything else. I get myself some water. I give him that warning about my coughing so that he knows, like, if you just pause it every now and then, you might have to edit the coughs out. Okay, I think that's on recording actually from the beginning of the video. They probably edited that out already, whatever. Oh. And then he brings on this guy on the screen, defendant number two. So defendant number two comes on the screen. I have no idea who this guy is. I literally have no clue who this guy is. I don't know his name. I don't know who he is. I don't recognize him from anywhere. Like some Joe Schmo off the street. I have no clue who this guy is. But whatever. He seemed like a nice gentleman. I thought we were going to have a really nice conversation. Now, this whole time, I'm thinking this is just going to be a conversational based thing. Not a big deal. I don't got to stress my brain. I don't got to think too hard. We're just talking. And then Mark gets this guy on the live feed, and he says, hey, we're gonna have a little debate. I'm like, a debate? He's like, yeah, we're gonna talk about this, your perspective of religion and stuff and so on, whatever. And I'm like, huh? I'm like, okay, whatever. And so now in the debate, the way that this works, I've been in debates before, real debates, okay, like from school, the debate club. I understand what a real debate actually is.
That's the debate he was in. Hey, pause it real quick.
Real debates.
This guy's been in a real debate. At school, this is like him saying that he's been into aerospace and astrophysics since he was 3. This is the guy. This is his research.
So good.
Is because I've actually been in actual real debates. There's a moderator, a person that moderates. The moderator, him or herself, does not interfere with the conversation. They don't interfere, you see? They don't commandeer the conversation. And the moderator is there to allow both parties to actually get a chance to talk and get their point across. But that's not what happened. what happened was, as we opened this up, the moderator asked the first question, not the defendant number 2. Okay. Now that's interesting. So I go, okay, this is from the jump. I'm like, well, that's kind of strange. If this is a debate, then it's supposed to be a little bit more organized. I said, well, maybe he doesn't have the etiquette of knowing debates like I do, because I've been in real debates, and so whatever. I didn't think of nothing of it at that exact moment. So the first thing he asked me is about the gospel, the gospel of Jesus's wife. Okay. I think that was the first thing. It might have been the second thing, but it might have been the first thing.
I could be wrong, but I don't think Wes asked him.
He did not. Nope.
Okay.
Wes, if you remember in the very beginning, Wes just asked him, Mark asked him his perspective on the crucifixion.
Right.
And he went in, he started talking about Sinai Bible this, Sinai Bible that. And that's when Wes was like, you talking about Codex Sinaitica?
Yeah.
That was it.
Oh,
and then he brought up Barnabas, and then he later brought up Gospel of Mary, or Gospel of Jesus' wife.
Thing of either that or the Sinai Bible question. And I'm like, okay, whatever. So I give my answer about the gospel of Jesus's wife, to what I knew about it. Not even a deep answer, just a very surface answer. I'm just like, whatever, man. I'm just surviving at this moment. And then the gentleman, defendant number 2, he comes back with all this rhetoric about it's a known fake, and it's this and that and everything else, and it's no good, and it doesn't exist, and blah, 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 or it's fake, or whatever he's talking about. I'm like, okay, well, let me get my rebuttal in on this fakeness. But I never got a chance to get my rebuttal in because I had something very important to say about that, which I'm going to talk about tonight, about the gospel of Jesus' wife. And I'm going to play a couple of short videos as well, okay? And then the second question, or maybe it was the first, like I said, I can't remember. And again, I was so sick and ill, to be quite honest with you. Maybe I did bumble my words a couple times with the Sinai Bible or the Barnabas text. It's quite possible. Look, some of y'all think I'm an alien, but I'm really human. Okay? I'm a person just like.
Is that what it is?
What?
Is that what it is? He's an alien? Is that why he's so weird?
Not only is that why he's so weird, but that's why he uses fraudulent sources, is because he's an alien. Clearly. Dude, notice how he's just trying to flippantly pass by the debate and what he actually got called out on and what the whole thing is about. The whole thing is about that debate and the fact that you were using fraudulent sources and you don't know what you're talking about. And look how he's just flipping, I don't remember. I was just like, yeah, whatever. I gave a little answer and just moved on. He doesn't even want to deal with it. He wants to move past this as quick as possible.
Those topics are what he built his whole career on.
Whole career.
They're not just oh, whatever. I just gave a whatever answer.
Yep.
No, dude. You came to the scene because you talk about these things.
Yep.
And Wes now is pointing out that you're wrong. And then you got all butthurt about it and then did this.
Started suing.
I got sue happy. And then you did this insane video. It gets even crazier. It just gets crazier to me. It's nuts.
Unhinged.
You guys are. And to that effect, and being in that weakened state, which he knew he caught me at one of my most weakest states. He saw how I only weighed 206 pounds at his house. So it's very, very frail and thin. I've gained back now 15 pounds, but at the time I was very thin, just weak. But I'm human. I might have bumbled the Barnabas text for the Sinai text or whatever. It doesn't really matter. What matters is I never got a chance to answer any questions or get my voice heard. That's what really matters. But I'm going to break down the Sinai Bible tonight, and I'm going to break down the gospel of Jesus' wife and some other things tonight as well.
Pause it real quick.
I'm going to break them.
Hey, nobody stopped you from your rebuttal. You kept getting asked over and over and over again to clarify what are your sources, how are you getting to this point. That is all Wes wanted to talk about. He's the one in the debate that kept trying to move on. What about putting the boot on women's necks? And what about God being a man? And what about this is only 0.1% of the things I talk about? Right? He's the one that kept trying to change the subject. Nobody was doing that for him. Wes kept bringing it back and kept asking him to clarify and tell us more about what he believes. He's now going to spew a bunch of bull crap, okay? Because that's all it is. And there's nobody there to say, hey, hold on a second. What do you mean? Where are you getting that from? Because when somebody's there that can counter what he's saying, he craps the bed.
Yeah, I mean, and that's the biggest problem that we have, like on social media, right? You have one person saying one thing, right? And then people are just like, "Oh my gosh!" But there's no one there to challenge, and no one there to say, "Hey, wait a second." You know, that's I don't want to get political, but it seems like it happens on politics too.
Hit it, bro.
Down the way that I wanted to talk on that video, but never got a chance to say anything. And then what they did was they're pretty slick. So every time I had something really important to say or a deep question to ask, defendant number 2 video would just magically disconnect.
Not true.
Boop, he's off again. Oh man, he's off again. I don't know what happened. The first time it happened, I was like, that's strange, because it didn't happen when he was talking, and his video is very clear and crisp, like almost 4K.
Yeah.
Then he comes, he gets back into the live feed, to the whatever app that we're using. I'm not sure.
Wes's camera only started glitching pretty heavily about an hour into it.
Yeah.
And they only chatted for about an hour and 15, something like that. So this is a complete lie. The entire conversation up until about the time where he's talking about that the Bible was copied, something like that. So we're already past Sinai Bible. We're already past that he's using fake sources. We're past all that by at least half an hour. And later in the conversation, does Wes's camera start glitching out a little bit? Go ahead.
What kind of app it was. He's back on. He's dialed back in. Now I'm trying to ask my question. I'm getting overridden with other text, other words from defendant number 1. He's overriding what I'm trying to say, everything I've got to ask. He's talking over me. I'm the person that's there supposed to be in this debate. I can't even get a word in. And as soon as I say one thing, the other guy, defendant number 2, he's overriding and talking over me. I'm just sitting there patiently, just quiet, okay. You can see me, I'm just sitting there. Then all of a sudden I have something powerful to say and a response to say. Boop, disconnects, video disconnects right when I start talking again. No more video. Video feed gone. I'm like, this is crazy. Now I see what's going on. This is an actual setup, because every time he would come back and start talking dogmatically and talking all this garbage, he would then pick up his cup and do this and give a smirk.
So no, that's just Wes's face, man. He's just he's like the nicest
What? The guy can't take a drink during a conversation. You've been drinking your coffee. Like, what's the big deal?
Well, he's probably smirking because he's like, dude, this is crazy. This is insane. Like, what is this guy talking about? But no, he's saying like it's a setup. It's a whole setup. They did this on purpose. They scripted it. This is all done like from the beginning. That just
it's all premeditated. Dude,
yeah, premeditated.
He said that they're in a gang. This is how paranoid and delusional this guy is. I'm sorry. I'm not trying to be mean. He is delusional. Straight up.
Curious what initiation is into that gang.
So I saw Dan at that moment. I realized, oh, this is a contrived setup video to make me look like I'm some type of dummy and I don't know what I'm talking about. So they can go bragging to all their Christian buddies and friends in their cult and, oh, he didn't know the answer to these 2 questions.
Hey.
Not really.
So he admits it.
It's not what we sound like.
I try to hold off at having faith that maybe Mark wouldn't be involved in something like this. 3rd time happens again, disconnects the video feed. 4th time happens again, disconnects the video feed. 5th time happens again, disconnects the video feed. Only when I'm talking.
I mean, that's a straight lie. Straight lie, guys. Go watch it yourself.
Wesley Huff released the full unedited debate on his YouTube channel. So you guys could watch the whole thing, see when the glitches start happening. Billy's just lying.
Yeah.
That's it. Pure and simple.
And I realized after the 5th time, this is bullcrap. This is, and I said, Mark, this is garbage, man. What you guys, this is a setup. This is ridiculous. Every time I have something to say, he's disconnecting man. I could see him literally disconnecting his video manually. And only one time I got to ask a couple of questions. I could see him on his screen on Chat GPT trying to look for the answer real quick.
Pause it.
Does he just think, oh no, what happened?
What has lasted 5,000
Biggest fail of your life right here live.
It's not me. It's
53 people. I'm just kidding. Hey, that's a complete lie. Hold on. Billy just said that he could see Wesley Huff Chat GPTing answers to Billy's questions. How is it possible that Billy was watching Wesley's screen when Wesley's in Canada? and he's in Florida and Billy's in Florida. Another lie. This is so clear that Billy's actually delusional. He's just making things up that he believes in his mind to be real, that are factually impossible. And none of this takes away from the fact that Billy was using known fraudulent sources for his claims that Christ wasn't crucified. None of this takes away from that at all, Billy.
Does he think that no one's going to watch it? Like that he can't be like, what is he thinking?
I don't know. I don't know what goes on in a person's mind like this, man.
I mean, just to lie like that. And it's crazy.
And I said, Mark, this is garbage, man. What you guys, this is a setup. This is ridiculous. Every time I have something to say, he's disconnecting, man. I could see him literally disconnecting his video manually. And only one time I got to ask a couple of questions. I could see him on his screen on Chat GPT trying to look for the answer real quick. And he gives some roundabout, ridiculous answer when it came to some of the tablets. And I realized then that this was bogus and unprofessional and something I would never want to be a part of. Absolute total trash. And I told Mark at that moment, I'm leaving, man. I gotta go. I have an air conditioning guy coming to my house. I have my mother-in-law coming into town, and something happened too. We have 5 AC units, and I don't even know which one of them is acting up. All I know is one of the rooms in the house upstairs where she's gonna be is hot.
He's such a liar.
So I had to have somebody come over and find out which AC unit out of the 5 was broken. So I'm like, I'm not gonna miss this appointment for this trash. This is garbage. So I walk out. I walk out in the middle, and I tell him, "Don't use this. I don't approve this." I never signed a consent form. When you go to a podcast, if you don't know the video etiquette, I'm going to tell you right now. Anytime I show up to any podcast I show up to, Joe Rogan, PBD, I mean, you name it, right? Next Level Soul, wherever I'm at, the first thing you do is you sit down and you sign a release form. That's just basic standard legal. You sign a release form. I didn't sign any kind of release form. I never gave any authorization or consent. Luckily, because that now makes the video illegal to use with my likeness, my face, my voice.
Pause it. Dennis, pause it.
Any form say.
Not true. Not true. He could have stood up and left anytime he wanted.
Right.
Anytime he wanted. He stood there for an hour and a half. He sat there for an hour and a half and was answering questions. If he didn't consent, he could have stood up, said, I don't consent to this. Sorry, guys, I'm out. This isn't what I signed up for.
Yeah.
You do not need to sign a release of your image and likeness and consent to the video to be released when you're the one that walked into the guy's house, sat down, pulled a microphone in front of your face and put on headphones and answered questions for an hour and a half. You do not have to sign anything. Right. This is not legal advice. This is all my opinion.
Any shape or form, even if it's just a 10-second clip, even if it's 1 second of me, I did not consent. Why? Because it's unprofessional, and I knew they were going to utilize it to show me in some type of a negative light for their own self-gain, for some type of clout chasing. But it gets even deeper than that. It gets even deeper than that, you see? So I walk out. My wife, I get back to the house. I'm extremely pissed off and angry. I can barely breathe. I normally take the elevator upstairs when I was sick. So exhausted, I couldn't even breathe. I almost dropped down on one knee. She's like, what's going on? What's happening? She's like panicking. I told her what's happening to the best of my ability. She got pissed off. She got Mark on the phone right away. My wife is my manager. My wife is my manager. And she called immediately, got him on the phone, said, Billy doesn't consent to this. He doesn't. We signed a contract with another company to do an actual show called Versus, and with a very prominent figure involved in this, and all the different people from different areas of religion. It's a very organized debate system, and it's going to be a TV series. So I did sign that contract. I didn't know I was going over there to do this kind of debate. I thought we were having a casual conversation on spirituality, and I wasn't really even fully in my right mind. I'm just almost died.
Doesn't matter that you had a contract with somebody else. Do you not know your own business and what you can and can't talk about, depending on the contracts you have in place? It doesn't matter at all. And he's been talking about these same issues on the largest podcasts in the world. And apparently that contract doesn't apply to those podcasts, right? It only applies to this one where somebody actually called him out and asked him, tell me where you got that.
Right.
That's it. Literally, this is the only one it applies to. He was talking just fine for an hour and a half, but then he walked home for 2 minutes and he was falling on his knees, couldn't breathe. He could barely get the words out of what happened. He usually takes the elevator, Dennis, but he couldn't take the elevator. Oh my gosh. Do you see it? Do you see how bad this is?
Oh man.
Sorry.
Died a few days before going to his house, literally. And so he took, he took advantage of that, which is what happened. I can't say he took advantage of that. I allowed him to take advantage of that because for whatever reason, I was just weak. And sometimes you trust people, especially when you've been around them that long and that much. Whatever the case may be, it happened. She was very upset. She called him. She put a do not consent in immediately. And
that doesn't mean anything.
That ended that call. Then he kept trying to send me messages. He was sending me so many messages, which I'm going to put some text messages on the screen tonight, but I can't put all the text messages on the screen because a lot of it is going into evidence. Because defendant number 1 is going to be sued for $1 million.
So he's suing Mark for $1 million.
Possibly even more. But the messages were coming into me, were talking about the desperation that he's in to get this video out. Absolute desperation. And I'm like, what the hell is so desperate about this ridiculous video that was so corny and contrived and stupid? Like, what is the desperation for this video? Like, what really, like, how can you send me 15, 20 messages that are each like a paragraph or too long? That gives me anxiety. I don't want to read messages that long. I told him, I said, stop sending me these crazy long messages, man.
Dude,
finally, after like the 8th message, I start.
Hey, I don't know if you guys saw our interview with Anton a couple days ago. If you haven't, go check that one out. Anton is the one that set up the debate between Billy and Wes on Mark's show. He works for Mark. Anton told us this debate actually happened over a month ago. Actually, significantly over a month ago, probably like 6 weeks ago. It's only been getting put out there a little bit, leaked and talked about for the past 2 to 3 weeks now. But the debate happened quite a while ago. And they didn't release the debate right away because they kept trying to get in touch with Billy to tell him, hey, we're gonna release this thing. There's nothing we could do about it. Wes is already talking about it. We have to put this thing out there. People are saying we're liars, that it never happened. We need to put this thing out there. For a month, they said, allegedly, for a month that they tried getting in touch with him, and Billy did not respond until they released it. And then that night at 2:30 a.m. is when Billy shows up to Mark's house with that legal document. So we wish he would show the text messages that Mark was sending him, because they probably don't help Billy's case, and that's why he's not going to show them.
Yeah. Oh, he'll never show them. No way.
Never. Evidence.
Start reading these messages, and they're like, I'm under attack. They're attacking me. They're threatening me. This is all in text. They're trying to take me down. They're gonna expose me. They're threatening my businesses.
Show it.
All these things he's telling me. He's in panic mode, like super panic mode, like the mafia is after him. Well, they really were, because these people operate like the mafia. They're very evil people. Don't let the Christian name,
dude, pause it.
Protestant and all
guys,
these different names.
I'm sorry I keep interrupting. This is driving me insane. So he's saying that Mark was sending him all these text messages saying that people are attacking him. They're going to destroy his businesses. They're calling him out. That's what I just said. People were saying online, because Mark put out that teaser, if you remember. Wes put out a clip saying, I debated. And in their comments, it was not the Christian mafia, Billy, that was attacking Mark and Wes. It was your followers that were attacking Mark and Wes, saying, you guys are liars. This never happened. This is clickbait. You can go back to the teaser Mark Minard put up and to the video Wes put up and go look at the comments. They are all pro-Billy, anti-Mark, anti-Wes, calling them liars. So for him to say that it's the Christian zealots and the Christian mafia that was in the comments of Wesley Huff and Mark Minard threatening to take him down and shut down his businesses. Go read the comments for yourself, guys. This is what Billy does. Billy is a narcissist, and he's a fraud and a liar. And people will not go read the comments. And so they will believe what's coming out of his mouth. And that's on them. Just go look him up. It's so simple. The same way he could have Googled to see if the gospel of Barnabas is real, you guys could go just pull up the comments in the videos we just referenced and see that he's lying.
Yeah.
Sorry.
They got out there for these people fool you. These people are dark and they're evil and they're very manipulative and very contriving. So defendant number 2 in his horde of cult people, cult followers,
Wes is
in some way have been attacking him. They created robots and bots to attack his comments on his post and attack his
they were your followers,
his, positive posts, attack his comments from his followers, attack people on his YouTube videos.
What a deluded
attack
man.
His live chats.
How sad.
Just attack. The same thing they've been doing to us, using real people and
Does
also.
he actually believe it?
Dennis, I think he actually believes this. He just said people were attacking defendant number 2. Defendant number 2 is Wes. People were attacking Wesley, and he just said the same people were attacking us. Why would why would Christians be attacking Wesley and attacking you in the comments, Billy? Come on, man.
It makes no sense, man.
He's ranting. He's unhinged.
Yeah.
Also using robots, which is really what is considered a cyber attack, which is actually illegal and against the law.
Oh, no, really?
If your word is so powerful, why use all the robots? If your word is so powerful,
I didn't use a robot.
Why use all the contrived devices and all the illegal apparatus? Why do that if your word is so true and so powerful and
receipts?
It's it's got the light of God and everything in it. Why do you have to stoop so low and start doing all these underhanded dark acts? You proved my theory about you people this whole time. This whole situation and all
you people.
What you mean, you people? This is the perfect time.
All these videos, and the more you guys put out, the more you're going to make me famous and the more you're proving my point.
That's all you care about.
So he's panicking. Okay, he's absolutely panicking.
Wes is like the calmest guy. He's the calmest guy.
Billy Carson. Wesley just posted the full unedited debate on his channel. Wes is not panicking. He's calling your bluff because this is all crap. It's not true. None of it's true. Your lawsuit's probably fake. You are just threatening people. That's why #BullyCarson is going to go viral.
Right. And he's making it worse. He's just making it worse. It's like if he just let it stand from the beginning, he would have been so much better off.
Dude, we would not be here if it wasn't for Billy Carson.
Right. True.
If he would have just taken the L and said, "Sorry, I didn't know that. I'll change my I'll change my
I'll
tune.
do better." You know,
I'll
I'm learning.
adjust.
I'm learning.
Exactly.
Yeah.
We wouldn't be here. We'd actually have fewer followers. Wesley's Instagram in the past week has grown by almost 100,000 new followers. Thank you, Billy. You're actually making Wes more famous so that he can spread the truth instead of your contrived lies, buddy.
Amen, brother.
My wife didn't know that I was going back to see him again. After seeing all these crazy messages and his complete panic attack, I was so pissed off at him. But I said, let me just give him the benefit of the doubt one more time. I mean, for goodness sake, my son has slept in this guy's house, you know? So I go over there at his behest, begging me to come over. I got all the messages.
Sure.
And I meet him at his house. His wife is home. His son is home. His son's eating a shake at the table, drinking a shake at the table, a smoothie or something. His wife is in the kitchen, heating some food up that she got from our chef. Our chef became their chef. Again, just showing the connection there. I've had a chef for 10 years and they like the food from coming over and eating the food at our house. And now they share our chef. She was warming up some food for our chef.
Is his name
Boyardi? I go meet with him. I talk with him. He's telling me about the pressure he's under and the attacks he's under. I said, look, man, I really don't care about all of that. I said, Mark, nobody really even knows who you really are. So why are you worried about it?
Dude, what a narcissist.
Why would you even be worried about this? Like, nobody knows who you are. Like, your business is your business. You have another company that has nothing to do with the internet where you make money. That's how you became a millionaire. You didn't become a millionaire off of YouTube. YouTube is brand new and nobody knows who the hell you are. So why you even care about these people? But he was so desperate, as if his life was damn near in danger. His family was damn near in danger.
From
he
your
was
followers.
Desperate. I said, look, man, He says, I'm going to make is it okay? He says, is it okay if I make a response video? I said, you can make a response video, but don't use any of my footage in there. I don't consent to it. I said, if you put it in there, I'm going to send you a cease and desist. He goes, oh man, we friends, man. It's all love. We're not doing that. I said, okay. I shook his hand and I walked out of the house.
Pause it. This must be in the interview with Anton that we did. This must be when Billy went over, sat down, talked to him, and Mark said, you're not telling me you're suing me while sitting in my house, are you?
Right.
So sounds different than what Billy just said.
Right. Very different.
The next thing that I did was I knew I had a game coming up, a basketball game that I couldn't make it to. And once again, with my brand new seats, my upgraded seats.
I love how he shows
Pause it. What is this?
Text message. This is about the basketball. That's all it is. The basketball.
Can you read it?
Yeah, you can't see it. I guess he blots his name out or something.
Even though you just talked about Mark.
Yeah, but then it was like, had courtside bands. Did you upgrade your season tickets? Yes, these are nice seats. Thanks, no problem. So like, this could be from a whole different game. This could be, but why doesn't he show all the other text messages? That's the thing. Why would he show this one and nothing else?
Because it's all about this guy's perception, man. All he cares about is what people think about him. That's why he's saying, I have 5 ACs. I fly on private jets. I have an elevator. I have a chef. Look at my courtside seats. This is his shtick. He's got to sell his success so that people keep giving him money so that they too can manifest what he has manifested, except for the enemies that he manifested. Okay. Except for this guy thinks he's a god. He can't stop 3 dudes from sharing a video on YouTube. Okay. I don't know. That doesn't sound like a god to me. Hit it.
I contacted him and I said, hey, would you like to take your son to the NBA game? I can't make it to this particular game. And he says, sure thing. He says, I see, though the conversation is a little broken here because I couldn't fit the whole thing in the screenshot, was running, if you got the seats you had last year and had the courtside bands, you did upgrade your tickets. I said, yes. He said, those seats are nice. So he got the bet. He realized I had gotten even better seats than I had the last time. He was very happy about that. That was the conversation. The day after, he agreed to not release anything of my footage. Gentleman's handshake.
Show it.
And I explained to him it didn't look good for him or me. It was very unprofessional, very clownish, very childish. And if somebody edits it, it's going to look really one-sided and stupid. Okay? So now that happened.
So he admits it looks stupid. And
he knew it was coming.
Sent him to the game. He's happy. And then the next thing I know, he starts sending more texts about he's getting attacked.
By your followers.
He's getting attacked from defendant number 2. Okay? He says that they're attacking him. He's under a lot of pressure. This guy is really like scared now. I'm like, wait, what kind of pressure can you be under for a damn clumsy video that was horrible?
Show the text.
Guys disconnecting 5-6 times in the video. He's half the time he's not even on the screen. You're talking too much. I can't get a word in. I look frustrated. I can't say what I want to say. I'm walking out.
Hey, do you guys realize Billy's solely talking to his own audience? He's not talking to us. We've seen the video. He's talking to his audience who has no clue that debate ever even happened. He's basically trying to fortify the folks that he already has on his team. Everybody else that has seen this and knows what happened is dying. Look at the comments in our stream. Everybody knows this is BS, but Billy doesn't care. He's not talking to us, but we're zealots. Hit it.
We'll be talking about him in a minute. Defendant number 2, he is a person that's heavily involved in the
what happened?
Super left NDP.
Did something happen?
They're backed by religious zealots.
Looks like a
lot of them are with the University of Ontario.
Live on Venice the Menace.
So, which we will debate.
Sorry, guys. Wait. This looks like a great. That looks like a great video game, though. Sponsored by Battleship. Ben is the menace. Oh my gosh! But this, it just dawned on me right now as we were watching this. He doesn't care that he's lying. He knows that he's lying. What he cares about is that he saves face in front of the people that actually give him money. Billy Carson doesn't care what Christians think about Billy Carson. He doesn't need us. We're not on his side anyway. We're not the ones supporting him. We're not the ones sending him money. We're not going on Egypt trips with Billy Carson buying his books, even though I do have one of his books. And I've got a great Instagram video coming up soon about it. But he doesn't care about us. He doesn't care about us. Dude, he could have never said a single word about this debate ever again, and it would have never affected his bottom line because his followers would have never knew about it. The fact that he keeps going and making it worse and worse and worse for himself, now people that know Billy Carson are starting to see this. So he shot himself in the foot, unfortunately, but
Totally did.
He did it.
That moderates. The moderator, him or herself, does not having faith that maybe they're attacking me, they're threatening me. This is all in text. They're trying to take me down. They're gonna expose me. They're threatening my businesses.
Probably got another 5 minutes.
All these things he's telling me.
Keep going.
He's in pain about it. Why would you even be worried about this? Like nobody knows who you are. Like your business is your business. You have another company that has nothing to do with the internet where you make money. That's how you became a millionaire. You didn't become a millionaire off of YouTube. You were attacking me. Exact words. So I said, okay. That's not acceptable. So I go to my computer. I write a do not consent form, a professional do not consent form. I print it out on my printer. And the next thing I do is I head over to his house. Now, they try to make it look like I'm pulling up on a YouTuber. I saw some video. Billy Carson's his career is going to be ended because he just pulls up on YouTubers, as if I drove through the middle of the night in a snowstorm to go bang on this guy's door and tell him to take the video down. That's not what happened at all. You see, Defendant 1 and I talk very often in the middle of the night, 2, 3, 4 o'clock in the morning. And the reason why is because we work so much. That's usually when we can have our conversations. I've got dozens of conversations and dozens of times that we've met and talked in the middle of the absolute night when people are sleeping. We're up. We only sleep about 4 to 5 hours a day. Sometimes I sleep 6 max just because my wife really wants me in bed sometimes. So, but that's all we sleep. People that are busy. We're busy people. We're not slackers out here. We're grinders.
We're grinders.
So we're always up talking. So for me to get up and say, I got to go over to his house. I got to find out what's going on here. It's my friend. Like, what is going on? Like, I need to find out what desperation is so bad and so severe that he feels that this had to be done against my wishes and against my will. So I get out and I go to his actual house, which is right around the corner in my gated community. I didn't drive through the night. I didn't drive through the sleet and the snow and track him down and search for him on Google Earth and all these crazy contrived ideas.
Nobody said that.
I literally just went right around the corner and rang his doorbell. And what did I do when I went there? I recorded myself. And I'm glad that I did because of this contrived doorbell video. How did the doorbell video get out? This is why he became defendant number 1. He became defendant number 1 because by releasing the doorbell video, he now lets me know that he was in full collusion with this activity after being in some way attacked and pressured into releasing this, which I believe did happen. He then succumbed to this pressure and wanted to be all the way in to show like, I'm loyal to you guys. So make sure you don't use my name in anything and make sure you don't attack me. So
doesn't make sense.
Here's the doorbell video. Listen closely.
I'm at 9901.
That's not a video. This could happen any day, anytime.
2:29 a.m. Eastern Standard Time.
I'm ringing the doorbell at Mark Minard's house.
So he rings it twice. 2:30 a.m. Mark's got a family. He's got kids asleep. That's it.
Okay. Well, there goes your evidence. Again,
Pause
more
it,
contrived
pause it.
content.
What are you talking about? We already know that you're at his house at 2:30 in the morning. Mark, Anton, the internet already knows. We have the actual recording of a Ring camera from 2:30 in the morning where you show up to the guy's house. And Mark did not open the door, according to Anton. Anton doesn't think Mark opened the door. I think that's what he told us.
Mm-hmm.
And right after this, do you remember in our interview with Anton, he pulled up his call? Billy called Anton about 10 minutes after this at around 2:40
That's
a.m.,
right.
I believe.
That's right. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
So how does this help your case, Billy? How does this, there goes your evidence. What do you mean? All you did was confirm that you went to his house at 2:30. We already knew this, bro. Hit it.
Exactly right.
Online. He pulled up on this guy's house. He pulled up on the YouTuber.
No one said that.
Really? I pulled up on a YouTuber? No, I went to my friend's house. A guy that I actually consider to be one of my best friends.
Uninvited.
A man that was actually at my wedding, that I entrusted with the care of my own child, that I felt that I can trust around my family, that I've given many gifts to, birthday gifts, holiday.
Dude, Mark might have to move away. Like, do you realize
he's
that?
definitely going to have to move.
Like, that
He's definitely going
sucks,
to.
man.
Yeah.
He has to move his family away from this guy.
Mark hit me up on Instagram too, and he said he's thankful for everybody, all their prayers, everything everybody's doing for the situation. And he just said he's trying to lay low, you know. And even in the interview with Anton that we had, you can hear that Mark's taking it pretty hard too, you know.
Yeah.
So everybody, listen, pray for these guys. These guys are just like normal dudes, right? And some freaking manifesting psychopath is trying to destroy these people's lives, all because his image is starting to get tarnished. And he's a god. That can't happen to gods. You know what I'm saying? So he's going to unleash the wrath. This is super important. Keep them in prayer. They're also getting attacked spiritually, demonically. Billy Carson is literally persecuting Christians. We're apparently zealots and all sorts of fanatics. We started a GoFundMe for Wes, Anton, and Mark. I believe the link should be in the description of this video. Any super chats we get, any donations, anything is going towards their legal fund, because Billy is suing one of them, Mark Minard, for $1 million.
Mm-hmm.
Mark has already spent money on legal fees. So we're going to try to help them as the body of Christ. We're going to try to come around them, not only in prayer, but also financially. So keep that in mind, guys. We need to support these guys. Without that, you realize that Billy's got tens of millions of dollars, allegedly, right? That he's going to throw at this. He legally can use money, I believe, in my opinion, he can use money from his companies to try to go after these guys legally. So the tens and tens and tens of millions that he's raised, he could probably use to go after them, because this directly affects his business. You see what I'm saying? So support them if you can, guys. Thank you. Hit it.
Hey, gifts. NBA tickets. I went 50% with them on a jet card, so we can fly in private jets at a discount. This is people you think you're very close to. You see? So I'm going, in my mind, I'm going to my friend's house, man, to see what's going on. But I also, I always try to create my receipts to track everything that's going on. And that whole conversation, if he had come to the door, would have been recorded, because I want to have that information available in court if I would have needed it.
Yeah, so Mark,
to show and prove, number one, I went there in peace. I went to have a conversation. And in my hand at the door, if you look at the doorbell video, in my hand is a piece of paper. That's my do not consent form.
Which you never gave to him.
See, I'm not one of these dumb,
he didn't open the door.
Punks from the streets that just runs out and goes, I'm going to go beat somebody up. Don't mistake where I came from for who I am and where I am now. I didn't get this far being stupid. Do I make mistakes from time to time? Absolutely. Just like anybody else makes mistakes sometimes. But when it comes to protecting myself and making sure I'm doing everything appropriately to leave my own breadcrumbs, I'm going to do that. I always have the receipts. That's a guarantee. I always have the receipts. And I got more for tonight, too.
Hey, pause
Let's
it.
see, we got 10K. We got 10,800 here.
I got 97, dog. Hey, Billy's receipts are a napkin with Crayola crayon sketches on them. That's what he's produced thus far. This is complete delusion. This is the world that Billy Carson lives in.
Yeah, but this works. I mean, it's social media, right? It's video, it's content, and then people see this. This is misinformation.
100%. Right. And his audience is eating it up.
Oh yeah,
eating it up.
Yeah, because they didn't see they didn't. I'm sure a very small percentage of them went to go watch the actual video.
For sure.
And then he's willing to risk that.
Here in the live chats, we got 10,800 in the live chat. Make sure y'all share this video.
Do you remember he said he has 140
and I got
social
my
media
little clip
accounts?
notes here to the side to make sure I keep on track so I don't just wander off and start going off on tangents because there's just so much to talk about. I don't want to get off on too many tangents.
I wonder how many of those bots are in his comments right now.
Let's see where we're at now. Now, that same night that I went to the door, I rang the doorbell.
Good point.
Which I recorded, and you just heard the recording of it. So no, Billy Carson didn't pull up on a YouTuber. Billy Carson went to his friend's house, a man he considered to be one of his best of friends, and rang the doorbell like a gentleman.
Uninvited.
Within my own gated community in walking distance. I didn't walk that night because it was a little chilly. I did get out in my slippers, and I took the car right around the corner, which took less than a minute. Walking would have taken maybe 3 minutes at the most.
No one cares.
But I come back to the house. I'm extremely angry and I'm extremely frustrated that I wasn't able to contact him. His phone was in like do not disturb mode. So I tried to call first. I tried to call him like 4 or 5 times, evidenced in my phone records. I texted him 5 or 6 times. I also texted him a copy of my do not consent, and I WhatsApped him a copy of my do not consent form at the same time, as will be evidenced in the case. Then what happened? I come back to the house. I wake up my beautiful wife. I tell her what's going on, and we call his wife. We call defendant number 1's wife.
This is harassment.
A beautiful, incredible woman, very strong woman.
3 o'clock in the morning now.
Great person, great human being. Like a sister to my wife. She's actually like a sister to my wife. They're born on the same day. They both are born on Valentine's Day. So that's something they really, really have in common, which created a bond between them. We give her a call. She answers the phone. She's not in America, which we knew that already. We figured she'd probably be up by then, even though it was 2-something in the morning, because she was out of the country and she was ahead of time in Europe. We told her what was going on. She had no idea of the extent of this. She was extremely frustrated and very worried and very pissed off at defendant number 1, her husband. And she hopped on an airplane and flew straight back home from France that night and came to our house the next evening. Came to our house, sat down in our dining room with us, and we talked for a couple of hours about the situation. She was so apologetic and so sad and so sorrowful that somebody that she loved had done something like this to somebody that she also loved. She couldn't believe it. She was gasped and without any words that he would do something low down and dirty as this. She was completely distraught and disgusted.
Pause it.
I think it was over the phone.
I have it. He's saying it was here in person. She flew back for France. I have it on good authority that this little bit right here about Mark's wife has really, really pissed off Mark. Because now he's talking about his wife.
Yeah.
And trying to say that she was siding with Billy.
Yeah,
over her
exactly.
husband
Yeah, that's totally what he's making it look like.
Yep.
Yeah.
I was really upset that he did not come with her. I thought that she'd bring him with her. That was the plan. We'd sit there and we'd talk and figure this thing out. But he never came, just like a soft, gentle woman. He never came. He just stayed hiding somewhere like a little girl.
Wow.
He didn't show up. So, okay, he didn't show up. Fine. We talked to the wife. We give her hugs and kisses and tell her, look, this has nothing to do with you, man. This is just an unfortunate situation. You know, it's an unfortunate situation. But at the end of the day, she got him to take all the videos down. He took them all down. He took down the response video, and he took down the contrived, edited version of the debate, if you want to even call it a debate. I call it a defake. That's what it really was. An unqualified garbage. If somebody who really wins debates would have saw
again, from the interview we did with Anton, okay, Anton said that they released it that same night, Billy showed up to the house, and he said 5 to 6 hours after they posted it, they took it down. Billy is saying that he contacted Mark's wife in France, and she flew home the next morning. Yeah. They sat down, had a meeting, had a talk. Then the wife went, talked to Mark, and that day took them down. That could not have happened within 5 or 6 hours of the video being posted. You see what I'm saying? Yeah. Timeline's off, Billy boy. Timeline's off. Show the receipts. Show your Crayola napkins. Hit it.
All that, they would have laughed at us and said, what amateurs? This is garbage. That's how crappy it was. But she got him to take the videos down because she really wears the pants in the family. She's really the boss. When she puts her foot down, everything happens. She's the one who makes that family move.
Hey, ain't your wife your manager?
Anyway, so that's done. The next day, they do get served with a letter.
He's just trying to cause discourse between Mark and his wife. Like,
absolutely. Dude, what a snake.
That's just so evil, man.
So
snake
evil.
Is exactly right.
And we know this demonically. Like, one of the strongest attacks Satan has is marriages, husbands and wives.
Yeah.
And that's what this dude's doing.
Do you see how the devil works? Like he's got his claws in everywhere he can just to try to tear and destroy and ruin. You can see it, even if it's, we talk about the debate or not, but like you see his actions, you see how he talks, you see what he's talking about.
Exactly.
You just can see the demonic in him. It's crazy.
From my attorney, it was a cease and desist, a formal do not consent via a cease and desist. Even though the videos have been taken down, that was already in motion because I contacted our attorney that same night. And when Billy calls, he picks up. I don't care what time of the day it is. Ooh. I don't care if it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 o'clock in the morning.
Sounds like Billy's in the gang.
We're getting a response.
Sounds like Billy's a narcissist.
So he was already working on it. So the email went out with the formal cease and desist. I guess that pissed him off that he got that letter after he had taken the videos down. That was already in motion. And it's nothing. It's not a lawsuit. It's just, hey, it's a pattern on the
Sound marketing is a digital ad.
The Menace brought to you by Sound Marketing.
Jacksonville Beach, Florida.
Brain. That would be a diamond pattern that would be burnt directly into the top of the brain.
Fast forwarded.
Why?
What? Look, it fast forwarded, bro.
I didn't do anything. Oh, yeah.
I think when that ad pulled up for some reason.
It did
live on
consciousness, like I have behind me. That's Christ consciousness. Troll sound in my podcast that I've.
Sorry, guys.
Sorry, several authorities, which I'll talk about one more time before we end this live. Those exact authorities and videos out of nothing, even though the videos have been taken down. That was already in motion because I contacted our attorney that same night. And when Billy calls, he picks up. I don't care what time of the day it is. I don't care if it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 o'clock in the morning. We're getting a response. So he was already working on it. So the email went out with the formal cease and desist. I guess that pissed him off that he got that letter after he had taken the videos down. That was already in motion. And it's nothing. It's not a lawsuit. It's just, hey, it's a formal, legal, I do not consent. Then he had to go pay for an attorney to respond to it, as he should. So he responded to it and confirmed that the videos have been taken down and they're deleted. We actually, in our do not consent, we asked that all the podcasts that I had been in on his channel be taken down, even from the past, because I'm the one who tried to help blow him up. When he had 5 subscribers, I gave him like 50 to 80,000 subscribers by going on his podcast. I'm one of the main reasons why he got to 100,000 subscribers on that platform. I gave him the most views he ever had in his life.
No one cares.
Because my name catches the algorithm. This is why this horde of cult followers are using my name because they know it goes into the algorithm.
No,
They're just clout chasers because they don't have any knowledge. If they had knowledge, they can build their own platform on their own. They can build their own base of fans on their own. But since they don't really know anything, the only thing they can do is create controversy and attract people through dark energy. They're just energy vampires. That's all they are.
Bro, you can't open your eyes.
So the video goes out to the editor. That's
vampire.
defendant number 3.
Oh, the editor.
Defendant number
Anton.
3.
Number 3
I
is
sort of
Anton.
asked you a question tonight. Are you nervous? He's got nothing. He's got nothing on me. That's what you said. He's got nothing on me. He just paid me. He paid me before, but he's got nothing on me. Oh, I got something on you. We're going to break that down tonight. We got something on you, defendant number 3. You have no idea what kind of hot water you put yourself in. Like you have.
Pause it.
I mean, for a businessman.
Guys, speaking of defendant number 3, he just reposted our.
Nice.
This is Anton. Defendant number 3.
Beautiful. I love you, Anton.
Oh, you guys can't hear it, huh? Oh my gosh. I'll post it after.
So
hit
good.
it.
You got to be dumber than a box of rocks. Like, you didn't realize what you were doing, number 1, was illegal. You don't realize the financial damages that I'm able to get now. And then the doxing that you attempted to do, that you tried to delete. You didn't realize that we had already copied all of that and logged it into evidence. And that we've already won cases with that same exact doxing file that you used, which is fake information.
He is so happy.
As you'll see tonight when I showcase why. And I'm going to put some of the cases on my screen tonight. You, my friend, defendant number 3, are going to spend a lot of money. All the money. Well, you only made probably $50, $60 on YouTube. So you know your Instagram isn't even monetized. So you made no money, except for the money that you got paid by the defendant number 1 to edit the video. Well, she pays you because you're his editor. And whatever this cult paid you as a bribe to get involved with them and whatever. But I'm going to break that all down in a minute.
Got to pay a lot of money to get into the game.
But what you did
Pause it
was,
real quick. Guys, this is why we started the GoFundMe for Wes, Anton, and Mark. This guy's going to go hard against them. He's going to try. I mean, everything so far, everything he said is a lie. But nevertheless, even if you're innocent, it's going to cost tens and tens of thousands of dollars to get this guy off their back.
Yep.
So again, link in the video description down here. It's on GoFundMe. Everything, super chats, everything we make is going to go to Wes and their legal fund.
You gave me an easy case. Like the easiest case out of all of these cases is actually yours. So all this you're saying on video tonight about you got nothing to worry about, I got nothing on you. No, we got a lot on you. You're the one we have the most on. And, you know, I know you're sleeping on your mom's couch up there in Michigan, but you're going to be sleeping there a lot longer because you won't be able to afford your own place anytime soon.
He's so nasty.
Because we're going to win this judgment against you. So let's get into this. Before I get into defendant number 3, let's go over a little bit more about this. I'm gonna save him because that's like icing on the cake. I'm gonna save him. That's like icing on the freaking cake, man. Let me get into a little bit more about this.
He's so happy about this.
The defake. Let me get into this defake a little bit.
101 viewers.
Thank you.
Keep it going, guys. Thank you.
I told you what was happening in this thing, and a couple of the questions that had been brought up about the Sinai Bible and the gospel of Jesus' wife. Let's take a look at a couple of things real quick. Let me get some of my windows open up here. Let me get some of this information out. Where's this PowerPoint at? Hold on a second. I want to put something on the screen for you guys.
Yes, please.
So we can really get this information digested into our understanding.
Why doesn't he?
And I'm going to use this.
I know it's the easiest thing to do.
Bring your stupid
PowerPoint as my source material.
Right.
Not because I need it, but because I have the sources.
They'd get so
on
many
here.
views. It would be so amazing.
And that way, these people can't continue to contrive information. As I am going to be giving sources, and I'm going to give you guys a short video as well here in a second. Okay.
I want those text messages.
Pause it real quick.
Get
How
this thing
funny?
up
How
here real
funny is
quick.
it that he said he saw Wesley using Chat GPT to answer his questions? This guy can't operate without his freaking PowerPoint notes in front of him. Wesley didn't even have he wasn't even looking anything up. He was staring into the camera, answering questions and pulling stuff off the top of his head the whole time.
Right.
See what I'm saying? This guy's lost without his PowerPoints.
Wes should be on Joe Rogan, not this fool.
He might be soon.
Because this is very, very important. And we're going to go into a little bit of what defendant number 2
Wesley.
has tried to make 100,000 videos out of nothing.
No, that was me.
And what's so funny is his little henchmen and his little people that were already in the cult and already far left.
Far left.
You're ending Billy Carson's career on these 2 questions. Really? No, you're building my career. And to add proof in that fact,
I'm a cult member,
this is the most people I've ever had on a live video. Let me see. Let me go back to my live chat real quick before I pull up this PowerPoint. Where are we at now? I'm at 11,499 people. The most I've ever had was 5,000. You guys doubled my popularity on a live video in one day. Thank you so much.
They're bots.
All the dark energy, all your listeners and all your followers and all your cult people and all your people that are in your organizations that are coming to watch my video with that dark energy. How are we going to see the fall of Billy Carson? That's dark energy, that frequency that's coming here.
Yeah.
You see this behind me?
That's
the face of God. God's not a man flying around with a magic wand.
Did you see how he paused too? It's the face of
God. God. This guy, bro.
Dude, who listens to him? Who listens to this guy now?
Guys, this is Billy Carson. This is what he really believes. I know he does cool stuff on like pyramids and quantum physics and stuff like that, ancient history. He does cool stuff. That's why I used to listen to him, and that's why I had some of his material. This is what he really believes. Mm-hmm. This is what Billy Carson believes. It's insane.
Granting wishes. God is a frequency, and it's your job to tune in. Y'all didn't tune in. See, I'm tuned in. So all this dark energy that you're bringing toward me, I've alchemically converted that energy into money. That's exactly what I've done.
Right there. Did you see that? Did you catch that, dude?
Wow.
Into money.
Dude, like that's it. That's the freaking that's the spirit. That was it.
That was it, guys. You saw it. We gotta clip that.
That's Moloch.
So thank you for coming on and watching tonight.
You're welcome.
Now, let's get into this. Let me get this. I gotta get this. I've got to get this this PowerPoint in here real quick. I thought I had it on that computer, but I'm gonna send it over there real quick so I can open it. And then I'm gonna get back into defendant number 3 and break him all the way down. I'm gonna break him all the way down, guys. He actually got on a video tonight on some show,
Anton.
like he's some type of superhero out here. This guy has 3 likes per post on social media, and he started a social media marketing company. We actually hired this guy, and his work was so bad we had to get rid of him. We had to fire him. He was great in other areas that we had things we had done with him in the past, which I will go over. And I'm going to read a lot of text messages from defendant number 3 as well. Tons and tons of text messages I'm going to read. And I'm going to expose his bed of lies and fabrication. And then I'm going to break down his doxing. And I'm going to show you why he's the easiest case for us to win. And he'll be sleeping on his mom's couch just a little bit longer after I get done breaking this down. Okay? All right, let me get this this doggone PowerPoint over here.
Donate to these guys' legal fund.
I'm gonna try it a different way. It's not cooperating with me, so I'm gonna try one other way.
Why don't you?
Because I want to get a little bit more into the deepfake and finally get a chance to say. Let me turn this volume on. Finally get a chance to say what I wanted to say.
Hey, he's watching his own live stream.
Let's see if I can get this presentation in here. What's this? It's
reading the comments right now.
Because there's a lot I wanted to say and didn't get a chance to. But we're going to go over some of that tonight.
Win, Belly. Show us. Dude, he says he's going to show us text messages.
And so, defendant number 3, very interesting guy. Very, very interesting guy.
Number 3 is Anton, for those keeping track.
He's one of the key figures in this whole operation. He's like the linchpin, if I can use that term. My good friend Terrence Howard. He's like the linchpin, because linchpins also have to do with energy. So he's been giving this darkness energy and feeding it. And we'll get to the foundation of his agenda eventually, most likely through discovery. But I'm hypothesizing that his failing business structure, his failing business model, put him in a situation where, and his lack of ability to do any real internet marketing and to gain any real following. He couldn't even build his own following. That he was offered in some way, shape, or form some type of money from this cult organization, who are now in contact with the proper authorities, several authorities, which I'll talk about one more time before we end this live. Those exact authorities.
I don't care.
Mickey Mouse, bro. What are you talking about?
And he utilized that potential revenue. I don't know if he did, so I'm saying potential revenue that he got from the bribing or whatever the offer was. It was very enticing to him to bring the popularity to him. He really needed it so badly. And so, it's uploading now. And so by that offer, whatever offers they made him to get involved in the situation and to cultivate and to manipulate Defendant One, he successfully did that to Defendant One. He was able to acquire this illegal footage, and I do mean illegal, and then he had a decision to make. Am I going to utilize it, or am I going to do the right thing and let it go? But he had an incentive. There was an extra incentive for Defendant Number 3 to take this footage and put it out. He has a direct connection in some way, shape, or form to Defendant Number 1, which we will find that out in discovery. The money that you thought you were making and the popularity you thought you were making is all going to be spent on attorney's fees. And I don't care if I win or lose. I just want you to spend money.
Did you hear that?
You see? Let's see if this is it here.
What a weirdo, man.
I don't care if.
So one of the questions that was brought up was,
this is lawfare.
The information about the Sinai Bible, which has a lot of differences than the King James Version of the Bible. It's also called the Codex Sinaiticus. And what I had said in a few podcasts, which probably only 2 or 3 podcasts I had mentioned, and of course reels and clips were made and they were then edited and put out all over the place, was that in the Sinai Bible, it appeared that Jesus had never been crucified. I said it's quite possible that Jesus was never crucified. Not once anywhere that say Jesus was never crucified. It says quite possible that Jesus was never crucified. Well, he might not have been crucified, depending on what podcast I was
There's
on.
hundreds of videos of him saying that
at least dozens.
Yeah.
Go look at the clips on Rogan. Go look at the clips on Andrew Schultz, PBD. He said this everywhere. And listen, how about this? How about I just make statements and say quite possibly, right? It's quite possible that Billy Carson was never crucified. Like, who cares? Why are you going on these shows and talking about things that are quite possibly true? You know what I'm saying?
Right.
Like,
how can you build a business on quite possible? Right.
Yeah.
So this question came up during the deepfake as not a question in a way that it would be asked in a real debate, but it was an attack from the very beginning, because they thought they had answers that would debunk whatever I said in a podcast somewhere one day.
No.
So the Codex Sinaiticus, often referred to as the Sinai Bible, is a 4th century Greek manuscript of the Bible. In contrast, the King James Version is the KJV, is an English translation completed in 1611. Comparing these two involves examining differences in textual context, translation choices, and theological interpretations. And so here's the textual variations. Scholars estimate that there are approximately 14,800 differences between the Codex Sinaiticus and the King James Version. These variations range from minor discrepancies to wording to significant differences in the content. For instance, the Codex Sinaiticus includes books like the Epistle of Barnabas and the Shepherd of Hermas, which are absent in the King James Version. Notable omissions: several passages presented in the King James Version are missing from the Codex Sinaiticus. Mark 16:9 through 20. The longer ending Mark detailing the post-resurrection appearances of Jesus is absent, doesn't exist. It's not in there. That's biblical archaeology review. Biblical archaeology review. That's the source.
In the other gospels.
Just one of them. There's 8 sources, but that's just one of them.
There's 4.
John 53, 8, 11. The account of the woman caught in adultery is not included. Biblical archaeology review. Source. Luke 24:51. The phrase, and was carried up into heaven, describing Jesus' ascension, is missing. Biblical archaeology review.
Pause it.
Yeah.
So what? This doesn't matter. So he's saying there's differences between Codex Sinaiticus, a Greek translation, okay, or a Greek manuscript, and the King James, which was an English translation. So what if there's differences? So what if that phrase, and was carried up into heaven, doesn't exist in the King James? That doesn't matter. The phrase is probably different, and went into heaven.
Yeah,
do you see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
All he has to do to be able to make this statement is change one word in the difference between the 2 documents, and he can make this statement and believe it fully.
But I believe he's still wrong on all of these. I think that a lot of this is also false. If Wes just looked at this, I bet you any money he would be able to combat every single one of these and debate every single one.
Run the debate back, bro.
But he won't know
back.
because this is what he does. He puts this out there, and then people just read it and they're like, "Oh yeah, okay. Well, he must be right." Because this is text and white. Yeah, right.
He's doing what he just accused Wes of doing, but not in a debate.
Right.
Now, they based 100,000 videos, and I do mean 100,000 videos of complete foolishness off of this information.
No, it was your words.
And I'm sure they'll make a response video talking more crap and using my name. They can just listen. It is what it is. Those are opinionated videos. At that point, that doesn't matter. But the original video that I did not consent to, I'll be paid my pound of flesh for every appearance that it shows up on the entire internet. I will be. Trust me on this. Or there'll be judgments. And when you go to buy a house, or when you go to sell something, when you go to do anything, I'll have to get paid first. And I'm going to take all of that money, all those winnings, and I'm going to build, I'm going to buy a huge strip of land. Me and my wife already figured it out today. We're going to buy a huge strip of land, and we're going to build mini homes on there for homeless people with all the money, every single penny of it. And we're going to document, and we're going to post it. We're going to turn your darkness into light.
Sure.
Translation differences. KJV. Translators worked from a limited set of late medieval Greek manuscripts, primarily the Textus Receptus and Hebrew texts available in the early 17th century. In contrast, the Codex Sinaiticus is an earlier manuscript reflecting a different textual tradition. These distinct source materials contribute to differences in wording and interpretation between the 2 versions. Theological implications. The variations between the Codex Sinaiticus and the KJV have led to differing theological understandings. For example, the absence of certain passages in the Codex Sinaiticus, such as the longer ending of Mark, affects narratives concerning the resurrection and ascension of Jesus. These differences highlight the importance of textual criticism and biblical studies to understand the development and transmission of biblical texts over time. While it's challenging to specify the exact number of words translated differently between the Codex Sinaiticus and the KJV due to their distinct textual basis and translation methodologies, the estimated 14,800 differences encompass both minor and significant variations that have implications for biblical interpretation and theology.
Pause it real quick, Dennis. Hey, guys, I don't know if a lot of you guys know this. I shouldn't assume, but let me just make this statement. After the Dead Sea Scrolls were discovered, all of the biblical translations are more accurate than older translations or versions of the Bible, because the oldest documents we have discovered thus far were found in the 1950s at the Dead Sea or at the Dead Sea Scroll site. So the King James version, I hope you guys aren't like KJV only people, but the King James version was based on a very, very limited amount of source material. Once the Dead Sea Scrolls were discovered, newer versions of the Bible that are based on those oldest manuscripts are much, much, much more accurate. And guess what? They have textual variations compared to the King James version as well. But you know what's in there? Jesus crucified, Jesus resurrected. Those are in the oldest documents we have.
Right.
Sorry, Billy. Easy. It's like an easy case. It's a slam dunk. Cool PowerPoint though. What other Crayola napkins do you have?
You can tell this was written for me. No, I'm taking this from the source, Mr. Whoever you are in the live chat. Of course, this is cut and pasted from the direct source, from actual academic books. I'm not giving you this off my dome. I'm reading academic books.
He has no citations.
Come on now, tune in. Get your head on right. This is basic,
get your head on
not
right,
basic
man.
IQ stuff.
Dude, he's unhinged.
So the next thing was about the gospel of Jesus's wife. I'll pull that back up in a minute. The next thing was about the gospel of Jesus's wife. That question.
So does he think he won that?
Yeah.
He just
he
so
thinks
I'm
he
good.
He just disproved Wesley.
Yeah. Okay. So I just fixed that. Now we're gonna go fix another one.
Let's go to the next one.
Came up.
Goodness.
So, what's the question? In podcasts, I have been noted as saying it's quite possible they discovered the gospel of Jesus' wife. Fact. And then I go on to say in maybe 3 podcasts, it's quite possible that Jesus never died, that he may have been married. And his Merovingian bloodline could still be on the planet till this very day. My wording is very specific and basic. Now, let's take a look at something here. Let's take a look at something here.
What does ChatGPT say, Billy?
I know these guys are jumping up and down over there. Oh my goodness, we got to debunk it. We got to go ahead and do what you got to do. Listen, man, I'm the king. I'm the GOAT. Okay. You guys are just riding on my coattail. You have no real knowledge. You guys know nothing. It's just a whole bunch of heretical, talk for looking for clout chasing and a whole bunch of stuff you guys are doing there, just trying to make it look attractive, but it's really just a bunch of trash. Has no real value for anybody. Nothing there you guys are doing is uplifting anybody. Nothing there you guys are doing is changing anyone's life. Nothing you people are doing over there is helping anyone. You guys are spending tens of thousands of dollars on fake bots and fake YouTube accounts and sending hordes of people to attack and show their true Christian colors.
I know. Dang.
I didn't get any of that money, and I've been attacking them for 2 weeks.
Debate is raging among academics and religious leaders over a recently discovered piece of ancient papyrus that makes a reference to Jesus Christ having a wife. Karen King, an expert in the history of Christianity, unveiled the 4th century artifact, which she says is the only existing ancient text.
He's like, guys, I saw an Instagram post once about this, and this disproves everything that's out there on Jesus not having a wife.
This is amazing. Literally, this chick has ruined her reputation because she brought this into the mainstream.
Right.
It was a forgery. They talked about it on the show.
I know. And he's using it.
Yeah.
Quoting Jesus explicitly referring to having a wife, whom he identifies as Mary. King says the fragment of Coptic script is a copy of a gospel, probably written in Greek in the 2nd century.
But what is, of course, exciting about this fragment is that it's the first case we have of Christians claiming that Jesus had a wife.
Tradition has...
And it's fake.
He goes on to talk about, I can't play too much of it because obviously I don't want to get a copyright strike, but it goes on to talk about the fact that this gospel of Jesus' wife, this text has been examined, it's been looked at, it's been researched, it's been everything you could think of by dozens of academics from all over the world, and everyone's looking at this thing, and it's creating a big stir, and it's creating a big woo-ha in the whole Christian community because it could potentially upturn the apple cart and everything else.
And it's fake.
But there's also some talk about it. Maybe this thing is real. Maybe it's not real. Maybe it's fake.
No, it's fake.
Well, it reads like something out of a Dan Brown thriller. A Harvard professor is contacted by an anonymous collector with a tantalizing artifact, a small scrap of papyrus covered with an ancient text, making the first known reference to the wife of Jesus. The notion that Jesus might have been married sparked controversy in the Christian world. And I'm joined now by the Harvard scholar at the center of it. Karen King is a professor of early Christian history at the Harvard Divinity School. And welcome.
Thank you.
So we're very intrigued about this collector. That's something that you have kept very secret. Would that lend more credibility to this if you could say where this originated?
Well, if we knew actually more about the find itself, who found it in Egypt, how, the history of it since the find, that would be of enormous use. When things are found by professional archaeologists, that gives us really great information. But I think that a lot of people who own these things and who trade in them are anonymous. And so for me, the issue about is knowing his identity, I don't think makes any difference. What really matters is the kind of scientific testing that's been done and that kind of work.
So this scrap is tiny.
It goes on to talk about how much scientific testing has been done. She really believes, and she's gone on dozens of interviews about this, that this thing was real. Now, maybe it's not real. Does that even matter? The fact that in my podcast, I actually blatantly say that it could be that Jesus was married. And he may have had a wife and even had children.
Okay.
Cool. So now we're just saying stuff that doesn't matter if it's real. Cool. This is Billy Carson.
This is what his whole thing is built on. Like, come on, what a joke. Who is ever going to hire this guy again to do an interview with him again? Who's going to want to be caught dead with this guy and actually ask him like questions? Oh, man, it's just terrible. Terrible. It just gets worse.
Now, why would I still have that opinion after people, academics, come out and try to say that this thing isn't real? Well, let me talk about that for a minute. Let me pull back up my my PowerPoint. Hold on a second.
Oh, his audio is glitching. He's doing it on purpose.
Right. Back to the
Is it possible Karen King was explicitly pressured into stating that the gospel of Jesus' wife was likely a forgery? It's possible to consider factors that may have influenced her acknowledgement of the fragment's questionable authenticity. Scholars, especially those in high-profile positions, can face significant academic, institutional, and public scrutiny, which might feel like pressure. And it could put pressure on them to some degree.
This is ChatGPT
So
again.
what they're saying is when people are doing these things, when people are, coming up with discoveries that could upturn the apple cart, it actually puts a lot of pressure on the Christian community, because they have this mainstream ideology that they don't want to bend or break because it's been in place for eons. And what kind of academic pressure can they put on you? Now, I'm going to go into some actual recent, or not recent, but well, fairly recent in my terms of understanding history and dates and times and geological timescales, evidence of this happening before.
Geological timescales.
And I'm not saying this thing is 100% real. What I'm telling you is I'm giving you a different perspective, which is what I always do. Academic pressure. The academic community largely dismissed the fragment after critical analysis revealed it was likely a modern forgery. Reputable scholars published detailed examinations, and institutions emphasized rigorous standards, and this overwhelming consensus could have created a sense of academic obligation for King to align with the evidence. She was extremely gung-ho for a very long time and fought against saying it was fake. That's an absolute fact. She fought against it initially.
Yeah, because she thought it was
After
real.
the story gained international attention, there was considerable media focus on King and her research. A lot of pressure. Sounds like defendant number one's text messages.
Oh, it's the gang. It strikes
the pressure he was under.
Oh my
That's
God.
what it was.
Sounds familiar to you?
Wes did it. Wes and Mark and Anton did it. They strike again.
They harassed Karen King to make her take down, or to make her seem as if that the whole thing's fake. Dude, this
and now they're after
guy,
Billy Carson.
This guy is so delusional. This guy has manifested himself. He's straight into psychosis.
Dude, for real, man.
He was being attacked. He told me he was under so much pressure he couldn't take it. Investigators report reputable scholars publish detailed examination institutions, overwhelming. Okay, so then here it goes. The public scrutiny and media. After the story gained international attention, there was considerable media focus on her research. And investigative reports, such as Atlantic's expose, further cast doubt on the papyrus. So an outside source came and said, no, we can't. They got pressure, and they came with the external pressure and said, no, we can't let this go out. This can't be known as accurate. This public spotlight might have added external pressure to respond transparently. Institutional and professional expectations. Harvard Divinity School and other academic institutions would naturally be cautious about potential reputational damage, and it's conceivable that indirect pressure arose from the need to maintain the integrity of these institutions. Sound familiar? NASA, making up lies about different things that they do. Yeah, they tell the truth in some things, but a lot of things they tell are obfuscated or lied about.
NASA's
and
involved,
other organizations within government and everywhere else, especially when you're talking about anything doing with government and religion. Those two things are filled with the most lies and obfuscation and oppression. Personal integrity. King's acknowledgement that the evidence presses in the direction of forgery could also stem from her commitment to scholarly rigor rather than external coercion. So I'm also saying, hey, maybe she wasn't coerced, or maybe she was. Now, another thing that came up was this. I wasn't talking. This is all the talking being done for me. So I caught this and I remember it because I haven't watched all these videos. I watched about 30 minutes of one of them and I realized how much editing was done, how heavily edited and dubbed that was. And I realized it was garbage. Let me show you what I mean by dubbed.
Oh, is this the deep fake?
This is a video of me. Let me see if this is it here. Let me find this. Where's this video at? This is a video of me speaking in Korean.
안녕하세요, 여러분. 저는 빌리 카슨입니다. 포비든 노랫개로도 알려져 있죠. 만약 여러분이 성장 가능성이 있는 회사에 투자하고 싶다면 저희를 꼭 살펴보셔야 해요. 기억하세요. 1라운드에서는 주가가 주당 1달러였어요. 왜냐하면 저희의 사전 평가액이 2천만 달러였거든요. 스타트업 치고 나쁘지 않죠. 우리는 정말 놀라운 성과를 냈고 몇 달 후에 저희의 사전 평가액이 3천만 달러로 올랐어요.
This is amazing.
I don't know how that got on the screen, but let me hide that. There you go. Anyway, so yeah.
Thank you for that intermission, Billy. That was
I was
great.
talking Korean.
So this is me talking.
Did you see my mouth?
That, man.
Take a look one more time.
안녕하세요, 여러분. 저는 빌리 카슨입니다. 포비든 노랫개로도 알려져 있죠. 만약 여러분이 성장 가능성이 있는 회사에 투자하고 싶다면 저희를 꼭.
Very easy to do, especially when you're editing. Anyway, so let me get back into this. Another thing that came up during the conversation was, and something that I didn't bring up, something that just defendant number 2 wanted to get off his chest, was that everywhere that Christianity went, women were, you know, they were released from subjugation and they were rising up and they were gaining more prominence and everything else. I really didn't see that, but I'm gonna talk about that in a minute. Let's get back to
the chat.
Evidence
dying.
that people can be put under pressure, or that the church itself obfuscates or suppresses information, or changes things, or forces things to not be released. And let's look at some history evidence of that when we're talking about the gospel of Jesus' wife. Let's talk about what's happened prior to that. And then you make a decision for yourself whether you believe these people or not, because I don't believe them.
Doesn't matter what you believe.
The Council of Nicaea, 325 CE, and canonical decisions. Canonical decisions. Okay, so here we go. Emperor Constantine. The Council of Nicaea sought to establish doctrinal unity in Christianity, leading to significant decisions about the official biblical canon. Action taken. Certain texts, such as the Gospel of Thomas, the Gospel of Mary Magdalene, and other apocryphal writings, were excluded from the Bible. So you mean to tell me people are relying on this one book for their eternity? They're locked in. They're trying to lock in eternity. They're trying to lock in everything so they can live forever in this magical heaven. And they don't have the whole story. Yeah, the council favored texts that aligned with the proto-Orthodox views of the time, suppressing writings that presented alternative interpretations of Jesus' divinity or Christian theology. These decisions helped they shaped the New Testament as we know it, but sidelined diverse early Christian perspectives. There's no hand of God here. just a bunch of contrived trash like these people are doing with my video that they didn't have the right to actually utilize. You see? The suppression of the Wycliffe Bible, 14th century. John Wycliffe, an English theologian, translated the Bible into Middle English to make it accessible to lay people. Why? Because ain't nobody going to read that Latin. They want to read this thing where they can understand what they...
What? Ain't nobody going to read that Latin? Yes, Billy. There's a lot of people that read Latin. They're called scholars, and that's usually what you do. You learn ancient languages like Latin or Greek or Hebrew or Aramaic, things that Wes has done.
Right.
Okay.
Right.
So when you say ain't nobody gonna read it, they will. You don't read it because you don't know how to do research. What you do is you pull up ChatGPT and you put together a one sentence, a one line statement and move on. But hey, you go there in person, right? So that's your research. How has this guy accumulated 5 air conditioners is my question.
And an elevator. Hey, and an elevator.
I've literally got one, and I could refute this.
In a gated community.
Hit it.
Heck is talking about? The Catholic Church declared Wycliffe a heretic and banned his translation. The church maintained that only Latin was the appropriate language for scripture, ensuring control, sound familiar to you? Control over biblical interpretations. The church feared that access to the Bible by common people, the commoners, might undermine clerical authority and foster dissenting interpretations. More manipulation, more contrived garbage. Sound familiar to you? They have a history of doing this. This is how they live. They live off of this garbage. These are their teachers. They're only doing what history has taught them to do in that genre, to lie, steal, and cheat, and buy fake bots and attack people's accounts and threaten kids. Wycliffe's efforts eventually inspired the Protestant Reformation, but during his time, his followers faced persecution and copies of his Bible were destroyed. Anytime a light bulb rises up, they smash that bulb, don't they? They're not going to smash this bulb.
Smash that
That's
light.
a new era, baby. I'm a self-made man. The Vatican's handling of the Dead Sea Scrolls, 20th century.
This is so entertaining.
Y'all getting this in the live chat? Y'all getting this?
Yes,
yep.
We getting it.
Keep it going,
Hey,
Billy.
chat, you guys getting it? Y'all getting this?
Keep it going.
We
the Vatican's handling of the Dead Sea Scrolls, 20th century.
Got him!
The Dead Sea Scrolls discovered between 1947 and 1956 include some of the oldest biblical manuscripts and other Jewish texts from the Second Temple period. For decades, access to the scrolls was restricted to a select group of scholars, many affiliated with the Catholic Church, and this secrecy fueled allegations of suppression or selective dissemination of information. Selective dissemination of information. Selective dissemination of information. Sounds like a hook in a song. How to be an evil dark person. That's the name of the song, and that's the hook.
Dude, this is so
okay. Are we gonna create a song?
This is so funny, man. I literally I'm going to get the Korean clip of him.
For sure.
Right? And then I'm gonna get
dissemination
exactly. But it's all gonna be in Korean. Wow. Don't clip that.
Critics suggested that the Vatican might have limited access to avoid challenging traditional interpretations of biblical texts or revealing discrepancies between ancient manuscripts and modern Bibles. After decades of pressure, does that sound familiar to you? After decades of pressure, like the pressure defendant 1 was getting from defendant number 2 and defendant number 3, after decades of pressure, the scholars and public demand, the scrolls were fully released in the 1990s, revealing important information, stirring debates about historical biblical accuracy. Y'all getting this?
Mm-hmm.
Definitely.
Y'all getting this?
Are you getting it?
We got 12,200 people in the live chat.
I got 91.
12,200. These instances illustrate how institutional control Remember in the beginning of this video, I gave you the name of their institutions.
Bold.
They meaning defendant number 2's institutions that he's a part of. These instances illustrate how institutional control over biblical text has shaped religious and cultural narratives, often suppressing or altering content to align with dominant ideologies or maintain authority.
Pause it real quick.
What's the timeline?
Oh my gosh.
You've got sticky fingers.
Hold on. Take a look at this. Think you can tell what's real anymore?
I don't know.
What you're looking at right now isn't a traditional ad. It's an AI-generated master.
Okay, and make it full screen.
That story.
While you find that,
grab from the same information and they
screen. Make us full screen.
Sorry,
okay.
guys.
Hey, so basically, Billy just said that Wes is part of an institution, like a university, and he belongs to those other groups that he listed at the beginning of this. And just because Wes is part of like an institution, like a school where he studies and has access to manuscripts, he's comparing Wes to the same form of institution and oppression that oppresses manuscripts and correct history and the Vatican and pressure. Does that sound familiar? Pressure? Just because Wes goes to school, guys. This is Billy's mindset. So in Billy's head, because he doesn't go to school to learn history and to learn how to study manuscripts, speak ancient languages, interpret ancient manuscripts, because he didn't do that, he's actually more of an authoritative source than Wesley, who's working on his PhD right now. That's interesting. Never heard of that before. Like, the smarter you are, the less credible you are.
Right.
Fascinating. This is the mind of Billy Carson. Did you get it working again?
Yep.
Registered offering for my sales of my company. We just delete them. It's not even a big deal. We'll just delete them. We press the delete button. They use all that dark energy. They thought they were doing something special. Coming on the live chat, typing in there. A lot of the live chat comments are just robots.
Oh, are they? Why are you saying you got 12,000 people in your chat then?
You know, you have so much power and this power of Christ in you, but you haven't shown me anything Christ.
Did you hear it? Do you hear it again in him? Like just how he has hatred.
It's hatred.
It's hatred.
It's hatred for Christianity and Jesus.
I haven't seen any Christ consciousness. I haven't seen any Christ power. I haven't seen any divinity.
Good.
Nothing.
I'm so glad that you don't see what you want to see in us.
Before I go to that one,
thank you.
I got a little bit more to go. I'm not done. I got a lot more to go. Taking my time tonight. How y'all doing in that live chat?
We're good. The bots are good, Billy.
Yeah, we got a lot of bots, but y'all don't know we got 5 people cleaning the bots out. Every time a bot posts, we got them cleaning them right away.
So if somebody
you don't see most of the bots.
They don't like,
we got 5
deletes it.
admins in there cleaning.
They're so fake, man. This guy's so fake.
5 great human beings filled with the light.
Hey, how many bots in our
Christ
chat?
Consciousness, like I have behind me. That's Christ consciousness behind me. The face of God.
It's the face of God.
Not a man in a white robe. Caesar Borgia, a brutal killing murderer, is the image that people are walking around with, this Jesus image all these years. The guy who was the son of a pope that killed his own brother.
What are you talking about?
Craziness. I believe in God.
Oh.
And I've said that 100 billion times. I believe in God.
Yeah, it's right behind you.
I believe there's a God. I don't doubt that one bit, because the quantum physics and the mathematics proves that God actually exists. I'm not an idiot. The evidence is all around us. The evidence is even encoded into my own hand. The distance between the digits in my finger, the distance between the last digit of the pinky to the bottom of the top of the wrist. That's all mathematics. It's all in.
Does he do this to his wife? Like, that would suck.
Bro,
to hang with this guy would suck, dude.
These are Billy's receipts.
You see this? You see
this?
You see this?
This is what he should have done when he was debating Wesley. He should have been like,
explain this.
What about this? Right here.
Explain this. The mathematics.
Exactly.
Coded, pi, phi, it's all encoded. It's a fingerprint. The fingerprint of God is everywhere.
Amen.
It's everywhere. Not one time. There's dozens of videos. Not one time you have me hear me saying that I'm an atheist. I tell people I am God and God is me. They were all God. Everyone has the power of Christ inside of them. It's about Christ consciousness. Do you understand the mission that he was on? Do you understand the peace that he wanted to bring to people?
And you're doing such a great job, you know, Billy, with your Christ consciousness all up in you. You're doing a great freaking job, man. Let me just tell you.
People spiritually, to have them seek the light and become the light and operate within the light. How come I can see that and understand that, but you guys can't? And you're wrapped up in the actual religion itself.
Because
you're operating in pure, unadulterated darkness. Extremely evil, conniving, manipulating. You don't believe in your own stuff that you guys teach and preach. Because if you did, you would not need to spend hundreds of thousands of marketing dollars to attack one person.
Nobody did that.
And track a person down, making all these contrived phone calls and offering bribes to people.
Nobody did that.
What is he talking about?
And yes, we have witnesses on that, by the
Delusional.
way. All entered into evidence.
Mm-hmm.
And you wouldn't have to do that if you really truly believed in your power, in the power of your Christ and your God. It tells me that you don't believe in God and you don't believe in the power of Jesus either. You're just out here floating, fabricating things and doing darkness in the name of God, which is even worse.
This is projection.
Even worse.
All right.
You're pissed off at me because I have a different perspective of God than you do. And it's pissing you off so much to the point where you're willing to jeopardize your own freedom, your actual real freedom, and your bank account to attack in a very dark way.
I'm going to jail?
That you might be going to jail, buddy.
I'm going to jail for my West Side meme?
Bro, if we lived in the UK, you probably would be.
Probably.
Not even realizing that all the energy you're throwing at me, I'm accepting it and alchemically converting it into light. I could have put this video out the next day or the day after. I said to my wife, no, we're going to wait. Let the anticipation continue to build. Let it continue to build. I want more energy. I want all of the energy that they can send me, as much as I can max out. Let them make 50, 60, 70, 100, 1,000 videos. Get all of their hoard together and send them all to me. And that's exactly what you guys did, exactly as I predicted. So I just waited patiently. I let the anticipation build. I let the videos go out there and let them get in circulation. I let the hype build up. And then I just absorbing right now at this exact moment in time. I'm actually eating that energy, that dark energy. I'm taking it all in.
Billy's an energy.
And I'm alchemically converting it into light. You see?
This is so crazy.
That's the difference between me and you. Now, let's get back into talking about some stuff real quick. All right. One of the things I wanted to talk about when he accidentally disconnected his video again was this. I'm talking about Abraham and Isaac. God is supposed to be all-knowing and all-loving and all the same. He's all the same all the time. He's the same all the time, right? Well, if that's the case, and you really believe that the God of the Bible is the creator of the universe and has all-knowing, all-loving, omnipotent, and omniscient, that means he's everywhere at all times and knows everything before it even happens. All-powerful. The word all is big here, all-loving. Let's take a look at this. Then God said, by the way, God said this according to this text. I don't really believe this is really God, the God of the heavens that created earth and created the universe. But let me just read it from their perspective. Then God said, take your son, your only son, whom you love, Isaac, and go to the region of Moriah. Sacrifice him there as a burnt offering on a mountain that I will show you. So God is now telling Abraham, hey, man, I require a sacrifice. So I want you to get your son, your only son, and bring him over here, man. And yeah, you're going to have to kill him for me. Early next morning, Abraham got up and loaded his donkey. He took with him 2 of his servants and his son Isaac. When he had cut enough wood for the burnt offering, he set out for a place God had told him about. On the 3rd day, Abraham looked up and saw the place in the distance. He said to his servants, "Stay here with the donkey while I and the boy go over there, and we will worship. Then we will come back to you." So now he's lying. He's lying to his servants. So he's actually telling a bold-faced lie to his people.
That's what you do.
The second thing is, and the most important thing is,
He's doing it for the last 2 hours.
this quote-unquote God makes him go on a damn journey with his son to go kill him. I mean, they went on a far journey. They didn't go around the corner. They literally went on a trek.
3-day journey.
He says, "Do not lay a hand on the boy," he said. "Don't do anything." Why did he tell him that? Because he first was going to kill him. He says, on the 3rd day, Abraham looked up and saw the place in the distance. He said to his servant, "Stay there while I and the boy go over here. We'll worship. We're going to worship and come back to you." And then what happens? He actually gets ready to kill his own son. He literally gets ready to kill his own son. Abraham took the wood for the burnt offering and placed it on his son Isaac, and he himself carried the fire and the knife. As the 2 of them went on together, Isaac spoke up and said to his father Abraham, "Father." He said, "Yes, my son," Abraham replied. "The fire and the wood are here," Isaac said. So he made his son go gather the wood and get the fire going for his own death. If that ain't sick, I don't know what else is. But where's the lamb for the burnt offering?
Guys, we know this story.
Yeah.
We know that this was to prefigure the sacrifice Christ would make for us. He carried his own wood. The father sacrifices. Abraham believed that Isaac would be possibly resurrected. You know,
It's a beautiful story.
It says that Abraham's faith was unwavering in God. He was willing to obey him. Abraham lived in a territory where human sacrifice was prevalent. Okay. And God tested Abraham with something that the surrounding nations were doing, but he stopped him because he was showing him that that's not something that God does. It's an incredible story.
Yeah.
And Billy is absolutely butchering it. Absolutely butchering it. Instead of showing how incredible and beautiful and loving it is and how it prefigures Christ in the story for the people of Israel for generations after this, he's just going to talk about how evil God is, even though he stopped him and provided a sacrificial lamb. Also, hey, we have 66 people in the stream and only 13 likes. Guys, hit the thumbs up. We got to get more people in here. Get this party going.
Thanks, guys.
Yeah.
His son is asking, "Where's this lamb at? We're getting ready to make a sacrifice to God. We're worshiping. We're getting ready. I went and got the wood. I got the fire." When they reached the place God had told him about, Abraham built an altar there and arranged the wood on it. He bound his son Isaac and laid him on the altar on top of the wood. Then he reached out his hand and took the knife to slay his son. But the angel of the Lord called out to him from heaven and said, "Abraham, Abraham." He said, "Here I am," he replied. And obviously the angel tells him, "Hey, we were just joking. Don't really do that. We just was testing you out, see if you was really down with us like that." Sound familiar? Defendant number 1, defendant number 3, manipulation, sadistic. What is a sadistic narcissist? Let's take a look at some of the traits and see if we can compare them to this quote-unquote God of the Bible.
He's lost.
A sadistic narcissist is someone with narcissistic personality disorder, NPD, who also exhibits narcissistic or sadistic traits. A sadistic narcissist takes pleasure in the pain of others. They may derive satisfaction from causing mental or physical pain to others without remorse. I'm just defending.
Dude, he literally just said that he doesn't care if he wins the lawsuit or loses the lawsuit. All he wants to do is take these people's money. Mm-hmm. Like, he's been laughing this whole time, literally sadistically and demonically, if you look back at all of it, about how much pleasure he's getting out of this whole thing, just knowing that he's going to come after these guys. He's literally describing himself as a sadistic narcissist. It's incredible to watch this. This is the unraveling of a human right here in front of us.
I agree.
Narcissistic personality disorder, NPD, who also exhibits narcissistic or sadistic traits. A sadistic narcissist takes pleasure in the pain of others. They may derive satisfaction from causing mental or physical pain to others without remorse. And we see that time and time again in the biblical text.
And
where God is ordering the death of people, he actually thrives on it. Slay the women, slay the children, bring the spoils of war to me. Why does God need spoils of war? That's in Deuteronomy. Aggression. A sadistic narcissist may respond to challenges or threats with aggression. Again, in the book of Deuteronomy, many texts, there's one person there that speaks against me. Go burn down the entire town and kill everyone, even the children and women.
Quote the verse.
Really? Oh, go read it for yourself. I always tell you guys, all the podcasts that I'm in,
I'd like to.
Don't believe what I say, research what I say. Everyone's entitled to gain or find their own opinion. But a sadistic narcissist, they lack empathy. And that's what we see here.
In this
Let me
video.
ask you a question. Let me ask y'all a question real quick. If any of you out there on this live chat right now, how many of y'all have children? How many of you guys have children? Let me see in the live chat. Who has a son?
Let's see how I could pull the heartstrings of the bots in the chat and make you empathetic towards me and talk about how evil God is for what he tried to do. Who would do it? Hit it. Watch.
Who has a son or a daughter? How many of y'all have children in the live chat? Let me see how many people have children. There we go. Good. A lot of children here. A lot of people have children here. Let me ask you a question then. I'm asking for a friend.
Who, Legion?
If someone came to you right now today and told you to take your son or your daughter out into the bushes,
called it,
lay them out across a rock, pick up a knife, and force it through their neck or their heart, would you do that? To prove a point of your allegiance to some person?
Yeah, but Abraham didn't.
Now, let me ask you this question. In that situation, being that we are human beings and now understanding mental health, what type of mental health issues do you think that caused the father and the son? If that were to happen today, and we took those people to a psychiatrist and connected them to a SPECT scan at Dr. Daniel Amen's office, the #1 scanner of brains in the world, we would instantaneously see a trauma pattern on the brain. That would be a diamond pattern that would be burnt directly into the top of the brain. Why?
Doing, man?
Pause it
Because
right
their
there.
brains have
What
been
is he doing?
Billy's whole brain is a diamond pattern. Hey, this is crazy. This is just like an unhinged rant. That's literally what this is. This is Billy like falling apart, man. This is why he doesn't talk to people in debates.
Right.
Because at any second, anybody he's talking to would be like, dude, what the hell are you talking about? They would just stop him and be like, what are you talking about?
Right.
He has to be able to just keep going and going and building and going and going.
Yeah.
This is what this is his shtick. Hit it. Sorry.
You made a lot of money on it.
Altered
5 ACs
from the traumatic experience. That event could have caused Abraham to have a heart attack. It could have caused him to take his own life. I'm pretty sure he thought about that as well. Before I do this, I'll take my own life before I take my own son's. You see? So a lot of pressure there. Sound familiar? The pressure.
Oh my God.
He's thinking, well, if I don't do this, I'm going to look bad in God's favor. Sound familiar? With this whole defendant 1, 2, 3, 4 situation.
Oh, 4.
I haven't even got into 3 and 4 yet. I just lightly tapped on 3. Got a lot more to go. A lot more to go. A lot more to go.
I can't wait. This is the best.
He's the easiest case of all of them. He's the linchpin. He ain't the kingpin. He ain't the ringleader, but he is the linchpin.
Look at his face. Look at his face.
We got you.
Oh my gosh.
We got you. So, the mental trauma that created from doing something like that can only be done by a sadistic, evil, narcissistic mind. To get someone to go out and potentially off their own child and have them thinking, should I off myself instead? But if I do that, I might not make it into heaven. Now, the fact that this man was willing to do this shows me how ignorant he was and how self-preserving he was for his own self.
Pocket watching with TJ. Thanks for the super chat, buddy. Hey, I was watching his stream last night. He did a really, really good job. Pocket, he brought all the receipts on Billy Carson's past, just so you guys know.
Oh,
also,
really?
And
nice.
Absolutely. He and Billy actually have a history. I believe there was lawsuits and stuff going on. He handled it real well last night. If you guys haven't seen it, go watch Pocket's response to this as well. I believe it's on his channel. Also, all the super chats we get tonight are going towards Wes's legal fund that we started on GoFundMe. Every donation, everything we make from all of these are going to his legal fund. So thank you guys. Also, like it while we're here, so that we can get more people up in here. Again, Pocket, thank you. Anton says hi, by the way.
I got to read one. This is so good. I'd like to thank Wes Huff for helping to make up my mind to turn back to God and Jesus. Billy had me captured and now I'm free.
Wow.
How amazing is that?
Dude, amen to that. Guys,
amen,
in
Jessica,
the chat,
that's
absolutely awesome. Hit the like on that if you can. Hey, this is the thing. This isn't just like dumb, pathetic YouTube internet drama. This guy has his hooks in people's minds and hearts and souls, and he takes away from God's flock. He leads people astray. This is what he doesn't understand, is we actually take this very seriously. We're not here just because we want clout, Billy, okay? Because we want followers. The reason we are coming after you as a body is because you're a liar and you're working for the enemy and you're affecting the body. So if you come against one, you're going to come against everybody because we're going to stick up for truth and Christ won't be mocked. Also, Friendly Evangelist, thank you for the super chat.
TFE, thank you so much.
You guys are great. Dennis, hit it.
But yeah, Korean Billy, for sure. We're doing the Korean Billy.
I'll make one. Hey, okay, hold on. Since we're paused, guys, give us a break. Dennis, pull up West Side, okay? Hey, made this one last night, just real quick, and then we'll get back to it. Feel free to screen share this, repost it. It's on Instagram. We've got it to what? Do you guys remember Billy in the beginning saying that these guys are in a gang? This
organized.
is organized. This is West Side right here. Okay. So take that, do with it as you will. Okay. Zane, thank you for the super chat. You guys are awesome. All of this is going towards his fund.
So
okay. Pull up the debate. Let's get back into it. Also, this is so entertaining. And I love the chat. You guys are great.
I would never, ever put my son's life ahead of my own. I would take myself out instantaneously. You see, that's the difference between me and this guy. Now, they will preach to you all this stuff about him being this great holy man because he proved himself to God. No, he proved himself to be a doggone idiot, is what he proved himself to be. He proved himself to be a sheep, a self-preserving sheep filled with fear. That's what he proved himself to be. Anyone goes out today and commits a crime like that, and I do mean crime, they're going to be put to, depending on the state, they may get the death sentence or they may get life in prison. The child, him or herself, will be mentally tainted forever until they die.
Is he still talking about this?
And again.
This is insane. What does this have to do with you using fraudulent sources?
I never got a chance to express that in the deepfake that happened.
Well, it wasn't a deep fake. You were in an interview and debate in person.
Let's take a look at the book of Deuteronomy before I get into defendant number 3. A lot of murder, rape, and pillaging in the Bible. They attacked the Midian just as the Lord had commanded Moses, and they killed all of the men all 5 of the Midianite kings, the evil Rakim, Zur, Hur, and Reba, died in the battle. They also killed Balaam, son of Bear, with the sword. Then the Israelite army captured the Midianite women and children and seized their cattle and flocks. And all of their wealth was plunder. So they stole everything they had, even their money. Then they burned the towns and the villages where the Midianites had lived. And they had gathered the plunder and captive, both people and animals, and they brought them all to Moses. Does this sound like sadistic, dark, controlling, demonic stuff ordered by the Lord? I mean, I can keep going on and on and on. You guys go in and read that. That's Numbers 31, 7 through 18.
Pause it, Dennis.
Laws of rape.
Hey, notice how God never commanded the Israelites to do that to nations that weren't evil, wicked, performing child sacrifice, descendants of the Nephilim. The only time God ever commands eradication is when there is just cause. Because guess what? God is judge, and he was using Israel to judge the nations. How's that far-fetched?
Yep.
Billy just doesn't understand. He doesn't get it.
No.
But that's not a surprise. Hit it.
Deuteronomy 22, 28 through 29. If a man is caught in the act of raping a young woman, and yes, they use the word rape in there. If a man is caught in the act of raping a young woman who is not engaged, he must pay 50 cents of silver to her father. Then he must marry her.
50 cents of silver.
Because he violated her. And he will never be allowed to divorce her. That's his punishment. What kind of lunatic would rape and victim marry the attacker? Come on now. This is what you guys are into? I was going to ask this question. What type of lunatic would rape a victim and marry the attacker?
So I think Wes should answer his question.
I hope so. Because there's always been accusations against Christianity because of Old Testament passages like this.
Right.
A lot of these passages right here, they are commands by God to try to limit the evil. Okay. So because humanity's evil, if rape occurs and somebody's caught, that's now his wife. It's to try to limit it. It's the same reason it says that God allowed for divorce. It's not something he wanted, but it says because man's hearts were hard, he allowed for people to give certificates of divorce. It's not what he wanted. It's because we're evil. It's because humanity's sinful. Hit it.
Attacker. You know what his answer was going to be? Well, that was the Old Testament. That's how it was done back in the day. They always go back to, that was this and it was that. And well, you know, back at the time this was normal activity. It's always normal activity when God is killing people and murdering people. And again, I don't believe this is the real God doing this. I believe these people were influenced by somebody masquerading as a God. That's my personal opinion. And I'm sticking to that. I believe in God, but this ain't my God. Just ain't it. Sex slaves. When a man sells his daughter as a slave, she will not be freed at the end of 6 years as men are. Oh, I can sell my daughter as a slave if I want to. My all-knowing, all-loving God, same all the time God allows this level of evil to occur. There's even laws that allow this because this was how it was back in the day.
Yeah, everywhere.
If she does not please the man who brought her, he may allow her to be bought back again. But he's not allowed to sell her to foreigners since he is the one who broke the contract with her. Oh, these are great laws, all targeted to keep men keeping their boot on women's necks, to have sex trafficking
He used it again.
and slavery as they wish. Now, do you really think the creator of the universe has anything to do with authoring this text? Or is this text authored by flesh and blood people, a man that puts his pants on one leg at a time, just like you and I? That question never got a chance to get answered in this deepfake because I never got a chance to speak. I want answers. Well, he's going to go make up some answers. Well, that's in that time period and so forth. And, you know, you don't question God. And it's a time period they were in. And You keep sticking to that. I'm sticking to what I feel, what resonates with me. That's what I'm sticking to.
Resonates.
God assists rape and plunder. Zechariah 14, 1-2. Lo, a day shall come for the Lord when the spoils shall be divided in your midst, and I will gather all the nations against Jerusalem for battle. The city will be taken, houses plundered, women ravished. That means raped. Half of the city shall go into exile, but the rest of the people shall not be removed from the city.
This is a prophecy against Jerusalem. This isn't a command of God.
Right.
Stupid.
All knowing, all loving, omnipotent and omniscient.
Knowing the future. Thank you, Billy.
Going back to Abraham real quick and Isaac. And all-knowing God would have known that Abraham was already loyal. He would have known that Abraham was already going to do exactly what he had asked him to do, because he already knows the future. If he was all-knowing and omnipotent, omniscient, everywhere at all time, knowing everything before it happens and all that good stuff, all-powerful. But he just couldn't predict that Abraham was actually going to follow his orders. Are you kidding me? I mean, is this a comedy that I'm reading?
It's a comedy we're watching.
A dark comedy? Is this a dramedy that I'm reading? You mean to tell me this guy didn't know, this God didn't know that this guy was going to follow his orders, so why even put him through the motions? Is that what you guys are telling me right now? Never got to ask that question. I mean, I can go on and on and on.
Thank you, Love Agenda.
You would think that Jesus in the New Testament would have a different view of slavery, but slavery is still approved in the New Testament. Slaves, obey your earthly masters with deep respect and fear. Serve them sincerely as you would serve Christ. Ephesians.
Amen.
Christians who are slaves should give their masters full respect so that the name of God and his teaching will not be shamed. If your master is a Christian, that is no excuse for being disrespectful. You should work all the harder because you are helping another believer by your efforts. Oh, that's so nice of us. Teach these truths, Timothy, and encourage everyone to obey them. He's writing a letter to the church and all this stuff. This is my excuse. He's writing letters to the church and he's talking to the people of the time of the day and all this foolishness. This is the impotence for people to create slaves, most of which were my actual relatives.
Pause it. Here we go. The race cards on the horizon. But no, this is not the impetus for slavery, Billy. Literally, there's passages that talk about how there's no man, nor woman, nor Greek, nor Jew, nor slave, nor free. All of these concepts are found in the Bible because they existed in a society where slavery was condoned and normal. And so Jesus didn't come to uproot all civil order. That's not what he came for. That's what the Jews thought he was going to do. But that's not what he did. He came to refine people in the societies that they lived in and in the culture they lived in. And the best thing he could do in a system where slavery was condoned, like the Roman Empire, was say, hey, slaves and slaves' masters love each other.
Right.
Because you're both servants of the same God. You both belong to Christ. Love each other, work for your master as you would work for Christ. Master, love the slave as you would love Christ. What's the big deal? That sounds like a fantastic relationship.
Imagine, yeah, what that relationship would look like if that actually happened, right? It would be beautiful.
It's beautiful. He doesn't get it.
No.
And you want me to believe that this biblical text is inspired? That's the term, that is inspired by God?
Yes.
Yep, all of it.
My God would not inspire slavery. If I've got all-knowing, all-power, all-omnipotent, all-omniscient to create universes, and I've got children that I've created, I'm going to teach them, and I'm not going to allow anything like this to happen. It will never even take root. Let me ask you a question, because this is where I was going with it when I was going to be in this deep fake.
Oh my God, stop saying that. It wasn't a deep fake. You were in the debate, bro. You were there.
Some of us have kids. And if you have a child, and the child does something wrong, which happens, and children do things wrong. It's just basic. It's part of growing up. What do you do about it? You scold them. You put them on punishment, right? You teach them. That's what you're supposed to do. You find ways to make them recognize their wrongdoing so they can correct it. If you're a good parent, you listen to your kids and you let them speak. You don't use the slave method, which people have still been using till this day, which is beating their kids. That's a slave method. That's the beating kid thing is the worst thing you can ever do to a kid because you're traumatizing them for life. You're giving them severe trauma links and
Triangles on the
PTSD.
brain.
Only a small percentage of the children ever make it out and can say, when I got beat, that set me straight. But the other 95% of the people are suffering their entire life. They turn out to be abusers, drug addicts, bipolar disorder, narcissist, and everything else because of those crazy beatings. Instead of listening to your kids and talking to them.
Give us a source, Billy. And
finding out how you guys can gain some kind of common ground and teaching them and leading by example. We have the power to do that as human beings. And you mean to tell me this all-knowing, all-loving God didn't have the capability of doing that? Didn't understand basic parenting 101? But this is the creator of the universe.
I know.
Hates God.
No, wrong. Again.
That's how you know this is satanic.
Yeah, the more I watch this, the more happy I am that we're doing this, that we're talking about this. You know, like
absolutely.
It's insane. It's insane.
I actually feel bad for Billy. Billy is lost. People, we need to pray for him as much as we support Wes and Anton and these guys. This is spiritual warfare on YouTube.
Yep.
Things I wanted to talk about in the dramedy that never got addressed. Let's move on a little bit now. Let's move on a little bit. Let's see where we're going now. Let's get over to, we're going to start talking about defendant number 3.
Number 3 is Anton.
Let me get into that.
Hey, pause it real quick.
Here we go.
A friendly evangelist, you know why he doesn't ever talk against Islam? Who to this day right now has slavery and oppression of women? No, it's not we're not making things up, right? He doesn't talk against it because he needs travel visas to those Middle Eastern Muslim countries like Egypt and wherever else he goes, Turkey, all these other places where he has his tours. So if he goes hard on Islam, they will refuse his travel visas. It's all money. It's all money.
Yeah.
That's what Billy's about. He needs 5 ACs, right? Hit it, Dennis.
In an elevator.
Let me show some photos. Let me pull up a photo here. 12,791 people in the live chat right now. 75. Make sure you guys share this video. And if you haven't, make sure you click that like button. Where's this photo at?
Guys, that's the first true thing he said all night.
This one here. All right. Defendant number 3.
Mark.
The easiest case of them all.
Yeah,
this is the linchpin that took the illegal content and distributed it online. The content that I didn't want distributed because I knew that it was contrived. It was heavily edited. Some of it was dubbed. It was also a setup. It was one-sided. And it made us look like complete amateurs. Even if it didn't have any of the other attributes to it, just the way that it looked, period, point blank, it looked like an absolute clown show. And I didn't want to be involved in a clown show. Now, what are these photos up here? You can see the bar over the face, the black mark over the face. It's showing in a couple of photos. This gentleman has been to my house, as he stated in his hate video, another dark entity. We invited him to my wife's birthday party, to a New Year's Eve party. We've done work with this man for over the years. We've done workshops and classes and training sessions over many years. My wife actually knew him for 20 years, and I've known him since probably, I don't know, 2019 or something like that, when I started helping him promote Dr. Joe Dispenza, who he actually worked for, Dr. Joe. It was 2018, 2019. I started doing promotions for him on my social media accounts when I used to take paid promotions.
Guys, again, we had an interview with Anton on Saturday, I believe it was, Dennis.
Yeah.
We released it Sunday, so just a couple days ago, right? It was really powerful. Anton goes into some of the behind the scenes stuff with this whole ordeal, but then also talks about how he's doing personally with all of this. He gets really emotional. He talks about how Mark's emotional about the whole thing. These are real people. These are real people with real lives, and they're dealing with this for the body of Christ. And it was after that interview that me and Dennis were like, dude, we have to help these guys somehow. Yeah. Like that's when we started the GoFundMe. And that's why we're giving all of the proceeds from Super Chats and from the GoFundMe. Everything's going to go to Anton, Wes, and Mark's legal fund.
That's right.
They're just real guys. They're like you and me, except for this freaking psychopath is coming after them. That's it. So if you guys feel led, please donate or Super Chat. It's all going to them. Hit it.
Now I don't do that anymore. I only promote my own stuff. But back then, just trying to monetize, I promoted other people's content, other people's conferences, and so forth. And Dr. Joe was one of the larger, I guess, accounts, marketing accounts. So that's how I met him. I didn't. My wife knew him long before I even met her. It's just a coincidence that we actually ended up knowing the same person. I thought he was a cool guy. I really did. I spoke so highly of this man. Again, another person I let in my inner circle. I really thought he was a cool person. I thought he was on the same frequency. I had done several things with him over the years, breathwork meditations and workshops and classes. Paid him money. He paid me money. Matter of fact, here's the last check he gave me right here. This is paid from his company, $11,000 he paid me.
So what?
I was in a live workshop with him.
With anything?
You use fake
Reverend
sources.
Michael Beckwith and a couple of other
defend it.
Top-notch speakers. They were all good guys with a lot of real good knowledge. And my payment was $11,000. He paid me by PayPal, as you see witnessed there in my receipts. This gentleman gets on a video and says the other day. Now, let me go back. I digress. Let me go back. Let me paint a better picture of defendant number 3. He was on the frequency of the Christ consciousness and loving and helpful and cheerful and happy when he was married to his beautiful wife. I think her name was Irina. And something happened and he turned dark. He started gradually turning dark.
Listen to this demonic rhetoric right here. When he was on the path of Christ consciousness and loving and happy, and okay, that's when he was a good person.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And now that Anton's a Christian, now he's dark.
Right.
Now that he's not into Christ consciousness, but he's actually a part of Christ and the bride. Now he's dark. You can see how this is demonic.
Yeah, totally. Watch.
I'm not sure what happened within their relationship, but it ended. I was kind of shocked. I hadn't seen her and him together in a while. And when I found out that it had ended and he had actually moved from Michigan to Florida, I said, okay, well, we'll do some things together. He claims in this video that at that time, which would have been either, I don't know, 2019 or 2018, that I told him I was 70 years old. At that time, it would have been probably 48. He claims, and this is one of the most asinine things I've ever heard in my life, and I'm going to tell you the stem and the root of it goes into defendant number 4. He claims that I told him that I was 70 years old, and I did that so I can sell colloidal silver. How in the world am I going to sell colloidal silver by telling people I'm 70 when I'm clearly in my 40s? And as some would have thought, I was in my 30s at the time. I would have sounded like a complete bumbling idiot.
You do.
Now, if that was true, and everything else he said in this hate video, he's a cocaine dealer and and all this, he's laundering money and all this. If he felt I was doing all this stuff, why did he do business with me for 5 years? Just as recently as that last invoice was paid, just in last year. Why do business with me if you know that I'm just lie? If somebody came to me his age and told me they were 70, I would say, oh, I can't do business. This guy's a psychopath. I got to walk away from this guy. But yet and still, he did business with me for years. Where does this 70 come from? Let's talk about that for a minute. Let's clarify what happened with that. Defendant number 4 saw an article about me online. Not written by me, not hired to be written by me. Someone wrote an article about me. Some random site saw me as an up-and-coming producer and said, hey, I want to write an article about this guy. And they did. In that article, they went to my IMDb, Internet Movie Database. That's where all the movies and TV series are stored, and people can get their credits for whatever work they've done in film. On my IMDb, it has a bio of me. And in my bio, it has my name and information about me. It has my height, my skin tone, my eye color, my hair color, my weight, and all that information. Because if somebody's looking to book you, they need to know that information so they can see if you're the person that's the right fit for what they're looking for a TV show or series. Inside my bio, my height was in there at 6'4", 6'4", 6, quote, 4, double quote, 6'4". The person that wrote that article, they must have cut and pasted some of my bio because it was in there word for word. When they cut and pasted it into their blogging software or whatever that was, the 6'4" was in there, but it became 64. So I guess in some way, or the sloppiness of how they were reading it or understanding or comprehend, whatever it was, it just said 64. It said Billy Carson, 64. But on my IMDb, it says Billy Carson, 6'4", with the quotes, the quotations, designating my height, showing that I'm a tall individual. So it became Billy Carson, 64, instead of 6'4". That got carried on and got indexed into Google. Other people were then writing articles about me, but copying. What happens when somebody writes an article from these like B and C level article companies online, they all kind of grab from the same information and they kind of modify just a little bit, and then they put it out because they're just trying to get traffic to their site so they can get their Google ad revenue. So it kind of became 50, 60, 70, 80 people with almost the same exact content, but still always saying Billy Carson, 64. So I started going live and doing videos and things like that. At some point, people started asking me, hey, man, this guy's 64 years old. Not 70, 64 at the time. And I would comment back, no, I'm not 64 years old. That's a mistype in the article. I've gone live, and I've got clips on Forbidden Knowledge on my Facebook and Instagram account of me explaining this exact thing. I've talked about this, I don't know, 5 or 6 times over all this decade or whatever, explaining this 5 years, over the last 5 years, explaining this crazy coincidence thing that happened.
What's this have to do with Wes?
I got a Wikipedia page put up, not Wikipedia, but Wikidia, which is the sister company to Wikipedia. And I put that in my my bio on X, which used to be Twitter, and a few other places, because it shows my date of birth and my age. It says right there, 9/4/1971, and my age. At this time, I'm 53 years old. Defendant number 4 had taken or looked and saw one of those articles and taken that and contrived his own story and told it to this guy. This guy ran with it. Well, either he saw the article and then told it to defendant number 4. I'm not sure which way it went. Either way, the two of them were communicating and having a conversation about that, because I have a copy of some of those conversations. And so he gets online to talk about, this guy tells me he's 70. He doesn't even realize he's added the years that it would have been from the time that this article was written till now to make me 70, technically, I guess, or something like that, whatever the years were. He's added years into it to make me 70, 68 to 70, whatever the number is. The story just doesn't match up. It's just contrived, and it's total garbage. It's a waste of time. I mean, there's nothing legal there. It's just an idiot talking garbage, just talking off the top of his head, trying to sound intelligent. Just but just failing. I mean, it's just laughable. Anyway, just wanted to clarify that. But the next thing he did is he went on to try to dox me online. He took some information that had been spread online in the past from another defendant, which I'm going to pull up his information here in a second on the screen. I'm going to show you legally what we did and what happened. And that information was false information, proven to be false information. And there's another case I'm going to pull up showing another person that did the same exact thing. And that is now going to trial as the judge has denied his plea. He has, I mean, absolute plea to please don't take me to trial. Please throw this out. Denied.
Who's this, number 4?
You got to spend money on an attorney, buddy. We going to court. You're going to have to prove this in a court of law, and you can't do it. We already, you know that, and I know that. They're taking this contrived, error-based information from public records and trying to pass it off as official information, and it's not. And there's a reason why it's not.
I wonder if he's talking about
there's an absolute reason why it's not accurate. Let's get into that.
Pocket, are you still in here? Is this
Let's get into that. First, I'm going to do is I'm going to tell you a little bit of a story about what happened to me with 2 different identity theft situations in my lifetime. They're unfortunate situations, but it happened. All right, and I'm going to break it down to you, as I've done before on video. Some people in this life have seen this already. This is the same information that was submitted as court evidence before in previous cases that I won. First of all, this is a photo of me on IMDb. This is actually my IMDb with a show called Judicial Injustice that I have been working on. Okay? Judicial Injustice. Now, Judicial Injustice was going to be this series just talking about what happened to me with this identity theft situation and how it impacted me, how I was treated, and how it took me so much money to get out of the situation and to prove my innocence and everything else, which I did. Never got charged with a crime, never had a felony charge, never been to prison. So,
pause it real quick.
Later, I realized.
Hey, as he starts going into all this stuff about his background and lawsuits or arrests or whatever, again, Pocket Watching with JT last night pulled up all sorts of documents from courts and police stations and all sorts of stuff. He went into all of this, and he brought receipts, not an IMDb page.
Right.
That story is just a small piece of a much bigger puzzle. It would be better to do a full docu-series or a docudrama on my real full life story. So we halted this project because we have a new series coming out that's already in production, which is a full docu-series on my life story, so people can see a whole full series, probably, I don't know, 5 or 6 seasons of content, and see where I came from the time I was born, how I struggled to stay alive in the hospital with Rh negative blood, and everywhere that everything I had to go through to get to the point that I'm at now, including this situation. I thought it would be better to wrap it into a series. It's going to be a phenomenal series. It's going to be exclusively on Forbidden Knowledge TV.
Man, he is really into himself.
Dude,
Come
what
on.
a narcissist.
Who
man.
would watch this? Nobody
cares. Nobody
total
cares.
Narcissist.
Go get real sources.
It's already in the works. It's actually going to have a couple of spinoffs. The other spinoff is actually already partially being written right now. And there'll be a second spinoff, which will be the culmination of the 2 spinoffs merging together, which is going to be incredible. You've never seen anything like this on TV yet.
Kind of looks like Will Smith, though, in that.
So I'm the one who put this out. And you can see the date on this is years and years ago, which is where people went and got the idea to go look this information up. Now, let's see if I can get this to go. There we go. What's crazy is in America, we discover that
here it comes.
We are the land of the free with the most people in prison. And out of all the people that are in prison, the majority of those people are minorities. And out of the majority of the minorities, guess what? 50% of those people locked up in prison are locked up on victimless crimes. They actually didn't injure or hurt or steal or rob anyone. They only hurt themselves. Victimless crimes. and the majority of those people are black. So it's actually should be no surprise to you whatsoever that a black man gets into a situation where he ends up getting booked into a county jail for a traffic violation, for a mistaken identity,
what does this
for
have
anything.
to do with anything?
You see? I witnessed my father get beaten in 1977 in Miami, Florida, right off of Alibaba Avenue in Opelika, going to pay the rent for the place we were staying in. 4 cops came over and started beating the crap out of him with the butt of their rifles. And a 5th walked over and says, no, not that nigga, the one down there. And they got up and just left him on the ground bleeding with my brother and myself and my mom screaming and crying inside the car, watching our dad get pummeled by these cops.
Is this Wes's fault?
Fast forward, 74
guess
years
so.
old, a man that's only 5'8", maybe 115 pounds soaking wet. He's at a concert in Melbourne, Florida, and he was invited to by his own neighbor who was in the band. They put him in the front row. He was wearing a suit that I bought him without the jacket, just the vest and the pants and dress shoes, cleaned up. He hardly ever left the house for anything. He finally was pulled out of the house to go be a part of something. And we have the 9/11 tapes. This is a public case that you can look up, Melbourne, Florida, Palm Bay, Florida. Sorry, Palm Bay, very close to Melbourne, but it's Palm Bay Police Department. We won the case. That's why you can look it up and check it out for yourself. Someone called 9/11 and said there's a black drunk vagrant in the front row harassing people. 4 cops showed up within less than 5 minutes with all those people around in this live concert and beat my dad down, broke his back, and gave him a double concussion in front of all those people. My dad subsequently had to go to the hospital again after that initial visit because his back wasn't fixed right. They didn't really fix the broken spine. He was in so much severe pain and agony. Subsequently, he died from that beating. That beating was the root cause of his death. So when you find out that a black man has a mugshot, why does it even surprise you? I've been pulled over on 441 in North Dade County and told to pull my pants down and lift up my scrotum.
What is he talking about?
By a cop.
Does it have
His
anything
Why
to
does that
do?
even surprise
He's
you?
talking about pulling up his scrotum.
Because
Does
it's
any-
factual
does
and it's
anything have to
statistical
do
and the
with-
stats are real.
He pulled up his
Now
scrotum.
that I
and
said
showed
that,
him
got
the
that off my
Sinai Bible.
chest.
Dude,
My dad's anniversary of death just passed. Anyway.
Sorry, Billy, but this has nothing to do with Wes. So
anyway,
that's what we're here for.
Yes, he was crazy. Yes, he was on drugs and
We're not
drinking
here for your
alcohol most of the
scrotum.
time. But you know what? He instilled something in me. And that thing that he put in me has driven me to this very day. And I don't care what you say about a parent. They didn't have great parenting skills. They were, whatever. But he was depressed from losing his mom, losing his dad at a very early age. He was on his own from the age of 16, and he got on alcohol, then it led to drugs and everything else.
Thank
He
you,
was trying to cope the best way he can. No mental health
Thank you so
programs
much.
existed. They did. Nobody
Pause
like
it
him
real
can
quick.
afford it to get in.
Gus, thank you so much for the super chat. That's going straight to the legal fund for West Sunday boys. Dude, you guys are right. I can't imagine watching this on my own. I feel like I'd start drinking or something again because it's insanity. It's absolutely insane. So even being here with you guys right now, huge blessing for us too.
Yeah.
We're actually having this is a blast, to be honest with you. So thank you guys for being here.
So it is what it is. Anyway, this is my first car. It's a 1978 Buick Skylark, I believe. It was 78 or 79. I believe it was 78 though. Buick Skylark.
No one cares.
Sky blue. That's it right there. And why am I showing you this?
We don't
I'm showing
know.
you this because when I got this car, I used to do something very stupid as a young man. I used to leave my driver's license and my social security card, which was in my wallet, underneath my car seat.
You do stupid
because
stuff
I forgot
right now,
my wallet
today.
so many times. and I would get situations where I didn't have my wallet, didn't have money.
I can never go to like dinner.
Or I would get pulled over and not have my ID on me. So I said, you know what? This ain't going to happen to me no more. I'm just a kid, man. I'm literally only 16 years old. So I put my ID underneath it. Now, I lived on my own. I moved out and I got my own apartment at a very young age. I'm in this place off of Miramar University, right next to the Sam's Club. I forget the name of the place now. But anyway, there was another gentleman in my neighborhood. His name was Terrence. He had the same car I had, but I had fixed my car up pretty nice. I put nice rims on it. I put trues and bows on it.
Biden.
I had crushed down interior. I had 210s and 212s in the trunk with a Sony amp.
Corn Pop.
You know, it's a nice car. Nice
Corn
sound
Pop was
system
a
and
bad
everything
guy.
else. And, you know, I had some things that he wanted from that car, I'm presuming, because he actually stole my car. And how do I know this? You'll find out in a minute how I know this.
Yeah, sued him.
The reason why I know this is because my stuff was showing up on his car within a week. Oh my God. The same exact car, model, make, and year. If you look at this album cover, this is the Poison Clan album cover called Poisonous Mentality from the Poison Clan rap group based out of Miami, Florida. The person right here, dead center next to the red logo,
funny to me, man. This is hilarious.
Up to the right of the logo and also directly under it is superimposed is Terrence Howard. Not the actor Terrence Howard, not my good friend Terrence Howard, the actor.
Oh, okay.
But Terrence Howard, the sleazeball. Who actually stole my car. But in my car, what did I have? I had my identity. I had my license and my social security card in there, which he ended up utilizing for his crimes. This song that they made, which you see him holding a purse in his hand, was about robbing and jacking tourists, which they actually did in real life.
Whoa,
they actually went out jacking tourists for real and then made a rap song about it. So what these rappers are doing nowadays is nothing new. They've been doing this, rapping about them, telling on themselves.
Wow, look,
this is him right here. Terrence Howard, Miami, New Orleans, fast number 1989.
Dude, he's got.
I don't know if they got him back again, but he's been in and out of jail over and over and over and over and over and over again.
What up, Terrence?
He ended up having warrants for his arrest: Georgia, North Carolina, Virginia, Florida. I went to go apply for a car one day, and when they pulled my credit, I had a cell phone bill. Back then, cell phones were really high if you really used them. I had whatever that Georgia Bell South. I had a Bell South on there, a Southern Bell at the time it was called.
This is the best.
I had a gas bill on there. I had all this stuff. I had an eviction notice on my credit. I'm like, what the hell is all this stuff?
Tell us more.
I go hire somebody, find out it's all coming out of Georgia. I'm like, what the hell? Who is this? What's going on? I still have no idea. It's this guy right here, the guy that stole my car. I still didn't put two and two together. I had no idea what was really going on.
I want to interview Terrence
Trying
Howard.
to find out it was this guy using my name as an alias, getting arrested over and over again and using my name as an actual alias.
It is up.
And how did I find this out? Here's another case with him using my name as an alias, which ended up getting clarified. But I found this out through contacting courts and attorneys and clerks and everything else. I got into a car accident. In Weston, Florida.
What street?
I was coming down South Post Road.
Called
and two cars ahead of me. A lady swerved out of the way of an animal.
I knew it.
Back there.
He's going to talk about the weather.
An animal or deer or whatever it was. She slammed on the brakes, and it ended up creating a 3-car pileup. I was the 3rd car in the back. That's my car. That's my Lexus GS right there, and smashed the car. We wait for the cops. The cop gives her a ticket. I'm waiting for a tow truck to get my car on a flatbed. It's now total. I only had the car for a few weeks or whatever. Car's totaled. And then the cop says to me, the trooper, it's a state trooper, he says, Mr. Carson, come here. I said, yes, sir. He says, I think I'm going to have to take you down to jail. I thought he was just joking, so I started laughing. He said, no, I'm serious. It's a warrant for your arrest. I said, a warrant for my arrest? Where? He said, North Carolina. I said, North Carolina? I haven't even been to North Carolina. I said I might have been through North Carolina when I was a young kid, riding in the back of my grandfather's van on the way from New York back to Florida to visit my grandmother for the summer. But as a man, I've never been in North Carolina at that time in my life. He says, I don't know, man. I said, you got to show me this on a screen. He opens up his laptop, and right there it says, Billy Carson, alias Terrence Howard.
Bro, Terrence Howard is defendant number 4.
Again, for clarification, not the Terrence Howard, the actor, the Terrence Howard, the sleazeball that went to my high school.
That's awesome.
He had warrants for his
It's all
arrest.
Wes's fault.
And gave me he showed up as a foreclosure in Georgia, delinquent gas
the
bills
gang,
and
the
collections,
gang started from back
AT&T
then,
collections,
dude. The gang was
Verizon
after
collections,
him
plus
since
numerous other arrests that he had.
Dude, he's got a PowerPoint with the
Here's more
bills Terrence
information on
Howard had.
some of the stuff. So he was wanted for trafficking cocaine in Dougherty County, Georgia. Also, this is where defendant number 3 gets on his video and says didn't get put in jail for selling weed. He was put in jail for selling cocaine.
Oh, so that's how he's tying him in, because defendant number 3, Anton must have said something.
Okay.
No, not Anton. Who's 3 now? I can't remember. It's Mark.
3 is Anton.
Oh yeah, not Wes. Yeah.
Hey, okay, but Realms said number 1 sign of a pathological liar: a compulsion to embellish and provide overly excessive details. Dude, very good point. You're right. You're totally right. Hit it.
Yeah.
Oh, actually, again, pocket watching with JT went over all of this. He went over all of this, and he brought receipts, court case documents, all sorts of stuff.
You doxed me, and you just gave me an official defamation of character, because this is provable in a court of law, as it was proved, and I was released, and they would looked for him, not me. So this is what happened. He was wanted for that, and they almost extradited me there because the attorney that we hired to hop on this case was like, I can't get to it right now. I got to get to it in by Monday or Tuesday, but he'll be fine, and so forth and so on. This is what he's telling my ex. And the only good thing she ever did was she actually contacted the state attorney up there, and the state attorney realized they had the wrong man, so they let me go. That's what happened. And I got a document to that stating to that effect.
Oh.
Okay.
Here it is.
And so this is also a communication not too long ago with the people in charge of the documentation, because I wanted to have another hard copy, because all the moving I had lost an official copy of some of my receipts. So I contacted her, and this is the actual email. You can see her information on here, phone number, everything, to get that documentation again, and got a copy of it back again. Maybe last year, I think it was, or 2023 or whatever it was.
Oh my gosh.
Here's an official record of what happened. So through this process, my credit was so messed up.
Oh.
And all this arrest stuff was popping up for this guy. And this is when the digital system really didn't exist yet. So it was so hard for them to distinguish. It was like they couldn't just scan my fingerprints and tell it wasn't me, because they didn't even have scanners back then. There was no scanners at this time. It was the old-fashioned looking at it with a magnifying glass situation.
We don't know, Keister. We're trying to figure it out.
And an attorney I had trying to work on getting this all cleared up, it was costing a lot of money, taking a lot of time. And I wasn't getting a great response from the credit bureaus, and situations for me renting properties and everything else it was horrible. Dude. I was really debilitated.
Huff,
so the attorney suggested
syndrome.
that you should change your name temporarily until this all gets cleared up, and then you can change it back. Well, here's a copy of that record.
Love it.
So I was born Billy Cameron Carson II. Then I did a legal name change to William Carson.
He's going
temporarily,
back to his birth.
While I was hoping to get all this cleaned up and straightened out, which I eventually did. I just never got around to changing it back, and I got comfortable with it. It was like, whatever, man. Who has time to keep going back to court and doing this all over again? Until later on in life, I had this happen. This is a couple of companies that I used to own. And I had some partners in this business, 3 partners in the business. And one of the partners ended up stealing not only my identity, but other people's identities as well in the company, and utilizing my identity to do all kind of nefarious acts. He had access to the file cabinet, access to the information, access to the office, access to everything. I had the technology and the infrastructure and the office space, and the gentleman that I knew, which was a good friend of mine, had partnered with him before. I didn't know this guy. So my guy knew him. He came on board to bring they had the sales reps and I had the office. They had the training system and I had the infrastructure. So it seemed like a perfect marriage. So I got to know the guy a little bit or whatever. I didn't know the guy was shady. And my partner didn't even know. He pulled the wool over his eyes as well, that this guy was shady. Ended up having to get an attorney. Here's the official letter here. Finding out that he was siphoning deals out of our office and putting them through another company he created called Genie, something Genie. I forget. I can't see it from here because my eyes aren't that good
Christ
anymore.
Consciousness LLC.
Since the pneumonia. They're getting better. They're going to be better. They will be good. But right now, I'm struggling a little bit just to see. But it's on there. The small text. Anyway, so the company was Genie something, and he was siphoning deals over there and utilizing information. We had found this because one of the customers sent us a copy of their credit card transaction, which is right here, and we circled the charges were coming.
I wonder if anybody's watching this and be like, "Oh my god!"
I know, exactly.
No, Billy,
no way!
I can't believe that happened to you. No,
He's got that paper.
Oh, show us another one. Come on, man.
Oh my god!
From a company that they were utilizing as a merchant processor. We had to do a whole investigation. We had to pretend like we were customers, so we had to actually buy the product and see what the transaction showed up as on the credit card statement to figure out who it actually was. So we went over to the office and found out who it was. We found out that he was in there, and he was the one who had cultivated this whole scheme. And here goes the legal documents where we had to actually sue him and file for an injunction against him and his company in the judgment,
I'm
which
just
we
playing
actually
in the
won in
chat.
court.
I'm hanging out with these guys.
See, defendant number 3, we win these cases. Defendant number 3, we win these cases.
Okay, Anton, he wins these cases. All this to say, he wins these cases.
Oh no, please
Another
don't.
thing that
Billy.
we said that was I was a convicted felon.
Oh, Billy.
I was a prisoner. I went to jail. No, I don't have any felonies. Sorry. This is a statute about having a concealed weapon in the state of Florida. It clearly says that a concealed weapons license is not eligible to be possessed by a person having a convicted felony. That's the first line in Florida. Special
He's gonna
Session
pull out his
A.
gun right now.
Special Session
How do you
B.
explain this, beach?
Here's
His
my
ID.
concealed weapons
Oh my
license.
god!
For real, dude.
It doesn't even expire until 2027.
Somebody
I have a
just like
special
screenshot.
FBI code that I use
Dude, that's terrible.
when I go buy my guns.
He's suing
So that
Anton
they
for
know
doxing
that
him and then
identity
posts his
theft fraud is in
ID.
there. If you don't know about that, go ask any gun seller about the background check and having the FBI code that you put on the application. It allows them to know when it goes into the background check. It allows them to know right away. Oh, we understand this is what happened. This has already been proven to be false.
Billy's had
This
some
is this guy's clean. Give him the gun.
Oh, for sure.
See that?
He had the tox and the tism.
You see that? So the fact that you made that statement, that's more defamation of character. It's not an opinion. You made statements, and those statements is going to cost you a lot of money. This is my Team USA basketball license, and the reason why I'm showing you this is because in order to get this, you have to have a nationwide background check every year. This is just one of many of them that I've had as I coach Team USA, youth development, and
This guy's going to show us his library card.
USSSA, they all require a background check. They don't let felons around little girls and little boys, which I coached and had the largest program in South Florida. 121 players.
I was
7 teams, and every single player went to college on scholarship.
Oh my god! What else,
And
bro?
that we were just stealing from all of our customers. Well, if you go to the Better Business Bureau, there's over 400 5-star ratings and complete incredible testimonials from real people. You see,
about what?
Defendant number 2, we don't use bots over here. We don't hire programmers. We don't hire these programmers that are in the far left, that are in the cult, that want to just be cool by being down to do your hacking. We actually have real people, because the Better Business Bureau is one of the hardest places to actually put a review, because they verify each and every one. It might take 2 weeks for a review to show up because they verify each and every review. And yeah, that's an A rating on the Better Business Bureau. And we also have a 5-star rating on Trustpilot as well, with over 499 reviews from people that have done everything from buy our products to travel the world with us, to come to our events.
People are backing out of those events.
For sure. For sure.
You're wrong again. You shouldn't have been listening to defendant number 4. He got in your head.
Who's number 4?
He got in your head.
It's Terrence, dude.
And there's a reason why he did that. Jealousy. He believes that I took the love of his life. He was secretly in love with my wife. Never had the balls to actually attempt to talk to her and see if he can,
Dude, if you listen to the interview with Anton, remember he talks about her mentor. I don't know the guy's name. I don't remember. Maybe that's who number 4 is. I'm going to ask Anton. Hit it.
Make a relationship out of it. They were just quote unquote friends. He was in that friend zone. And when I came and swooped her up and made her my woman and my wife, he got so jealous. He went and fabricated all this information and he went and told everybody, calling the whole world. Everybody he can call. He called Gaia. He called Earn Your Leisure. He called anyone he thought I was doing business. He called Travel Channel, Discovery Channel, History Channel. You think those people cared about what he had to say? They laughed at him. It was a joke. He thought he was going to end forbidden knowledge. You can't end an independent person. But he got in your ear because everything you regurgitated came out of his mouth. And now he's cost you thousands and thousands and thousands of dollars that you don't even have. You see? Thousands of dollars.
Thousands.
Pause it real quick.
And I will go on a campaign.
If you guys remember earlier, he said he doesn't care if he wins or loses his lawsuits. I'm pretty sure that's illegal. I'm pretty sure you can't bring a lawsuit that you're just like, I don't care if I win or lose. I'm just doing. He's like admitting to lawfare.
Yeah.
I don't know if that's legal. You know what we should do? Oh my God, we should have brought on a freaking lawyer on the show to go over what he's talking about. Forget it. Hit it.
And to let everyone know, I'm putting together a new site, a new account just for these fraud companies that are out here in the conscious community that are really part of the unconscious community. And I'm going to let them know, you and another one like Fam Networks, Vitali, and all those people who have been stealing from the conscious community.
So are we the
lying and scamming us? It's got to come to an end. And you're now on that list. I literally loved you like a brother. I respected you at the highest level.
So I'm suing you.
If you needed a favor, I would hop on a plane and do it for you.
Like my neighbor.
I thought you was a real person out here.
Dude,
when I started seeing
he doesn't
your
have any friends.
Defendant number 3, where you started talking bad about women and how
you make a great point.
You got to put the boot on the neck of a woman and how you got to dominate a woman and you're not a real man if you don't do this to a woman and that to a woman. That's when I said, I got to back off. So we were having you do our marketing, which was not doing well at all, by the way. AI edited clips that were getting no views. Every now and then one might pop, but it just wasn't the quality we were looking for. But we sent you a lot of business. We sent you big clients, including defendant number 1 we sent to you. We sent you another person that has a big podcast. We sent you another person that has a big podcast and a whole church. You've got clients that you're still eating off of right now at this very moment and have been eating off of that we gave you. Even though we didn't want to do business with you, we still respected enough to still send people your way and never talk bad about you, not even one time. Always spoke highly of you. Said you were a great human being, a great person. I thought those dark videos you were making about women were just something you were going through based on your divorce and you're just hurting. When I see the compulsive obsessive disorder you have, you go from one thing to the next and you highly obsess over it. Now, these people in this new cult have gotten to you and probably bribed you. I'm not sure about that. Probably may have bribed you.
Did you bribe them, Ben?
But somehow you're under their wing. Maybe it's for clout and popularity that you've never been able to build for yourself. You're just sick and tired of watching everybody blow up and you can't blow yourself up. You're feeling inadequate about yourself. Plus, you're very, very short. You're a very short man.
Jeez.
Figure out what you can do because you need to feel big. So
unreal.
I'll just turn on the people that really love me and support me and try to put them in the worst light so that I can grow off that controversy. I can take that dark energy and I can use it to build myself and do it all in the name of Jesus. What? So you change your bio to some Jesus stuff, some holy Bible stuff now, and you're all this hardcore cult Christian and all this kind of good stuff. And
amazing.
Telling people that my wife, that we were laundering money into my wife's bank account. What are you talking about? All of our financials are audited. Heavily audited, gap audited, which is the highest level audit you can get, and approved. Our raise offerings have been approved. That's a hefty, hefty process, which is why a lot of people can't get it done. They account for every penny. I remember we had $1.43 we couldn't account for. It took us an extra 3 weeks to clear that $1.43. He got in your ear. Defendant number 4 got in your ear.
4. Who's number 4?
And he spoiled you. And then these people from this cult, defendant number 2, got in your ear. and promised you, like they did Jesus, like Satan went to Jesus and said, you can have all of this. He came to you because these people are really following.
Bro, Wes promised Anton the world.
How Jesus promised. That's what he said.
So he believes the Bible when he's quoting it.
Oh my goodness.
But otherwise it's man-made.
But it wasn't even Jesus that said it. It was Satan that said it to Jesus.
Oh, he flipped it.
Oh my goodness.
So
Yeah, he flipped
funny.
it.
So Wes promised Anton the whole world.
Right. No, Wes, yeah.
And bribed him. And bribed him.
And bribed him, yeah.
I'm not following any real God, Christ. He came to you and he said, you can have all of this. Just join us.
Push play, bro.
Guys.
And you fell right into their trap. And now you're there. And now you're in a situation where you can't back out. It's like a gang. Once you're in, you can't get out. You're in a gang now.
You're in a gang?
You can't get in.
Oh
you
my
got
God.
jumped
We're
in.
in a gang.
West side. We're on Wes's side.
The second you back away and want to go back to what you really were doing before,
Stop it.
they're going to attack you. And you know that. So now you got to be all the way in. You've got to be all the way in. Defendant number 1 sent you that ring camera video. You took that and sent it to these guys to prove that hey guys, look, hey Ralphie, hey Ralphie, are you happy with me now? Hey Ralphie, are you happy with me now, Ralphie?
What?
He's lost his mind.
He snapped. He literally just snapped.
And knowing that they would take that video and turn it into something dark.
Who's
to make
Ralphie?
it look like I'm trying to pull up on people.
Defendant 5, Ralphie.
Another illegal video, by the way. But whatever.
What, the ring cam footage?
Because Mark has a do not consent and a cease and desist for any video.
Does not matter.
Of any kind, anything. It doesn't matter where it is, what it is. Anything in his possession of me is blocked and banned. Even that ring.
Billy thinks that if Billy Carson went to Mark Minard's house and robbed him, broke into his car, broke into his house, whatever, if there was security cam footage, Billy thinks that Mark can't release that.
Right.
That's how delusional this guy is. Hit it. This is amazing.
Ring video. You didn't know that, did you? His attorney and him agreed to that. You didn't know that, did you, when you put it out there? You didn't know that. So you didn't get the full story. This is on the screen right here, Cardi B. Why am I showing this? Well, Cardi B won a big lawsuit.
We don't know why you're
She's making these. She made these defamation claims in these lawsuits so easy. 1.3 milli in litigation expenses. She was also awarded $250,000 in medical expenses. Both parties agreed to reduce that to $25,000. She was so nice because the person was broke as a joke, just like you are. Either way, there's going to be some extraction of funds because thanks to this breakthrough case, it's allowed me even currently to be able to do some things with some other cases. See, every now and then you got to push back. You got to push back every now and then. Let's take a look at one. And I'm going to put it up here so I can actually see it and read it.
Oh my God, he's got more papers.
Is this the one I want to show? Or is it this one? Oh yeah, let's take a look at this one. Let me see if I can read it from here. Please. See if I can blow this up in any kind of way. Yeah, it's going to be hard. I'm just going to leave this on the screen while I go ahead and pull it up over here so I can actually see what I'm reading.
This spiral will be studied. Mule. Great comment.
Mr. Lewinsky. Yes, that's a real person. Not Monica Lewinsky. Also, the name is quite similar, isn't it? Probably committing the same acts.
Oh my goodness.
This person doxed me with the same exact information that defendant number 4 gave to defendant number 3. But this defendant came to his senses. Be advised that this office has been retained to represent Billy Carson relative to the false defamatory statements you have reportedly broadcast on the internet falsely, asserting on multiple occasions in various online platforms that Mr. Carson is a convicted fraud felon guilty of felony bank fraud. You do so for admitted purposes of harming Mr. Carson's reputation and deterring others from associating with him. While we suspect you do not actually need such notice, in addition to demanding retraction of your false statements, this correspondence shall serve as a documented notice of the following unequivocal facts. Mr. Carson has never been convicted of a felony. Mr. Carson has never been convicted of bank fraud. Mr. Carson has never been served prison time for fraud or any other felony offense.
Hey, pause it right
and
after
it's
this.
not
Again, Pocket Watching with JT brought up a bunch of points against this, where he was saying, yeah, he wasn't convicted of fraud. He didn't spend time in prison, but he spent time in jail, and he wasn't convicted because he took a plea deal. You see what I'm saying? So it's just terminology that he's trying to throw out there to kind of make it seem like he's innocent of everything. It's all just voter fraud. I mean, not voter fraud. It's all just identity theft because of Corn Pop.
Right, Terrence
Howard, defendant
an
for
ex-convict. You report on December 2013 an arrest in Broward County, Florida. What you failed to mention is that relative to the charge of what could perhaps be considered bank fraud to a layperson, the state attorney, Michael J. Sass, returned a no information just 1 month following the arrest in advance of the arraignment. Oh, yeah. As you surely know, a no information or no action, he probably doesn't know this, occurs before formal charges are filed. An information or formal criminal charge, a no information means the person accused of a crime is not charged. Therefore, not only was Mr. Carson never convicted of felony bank fraud, he was never formally charged with felony bank fraud. Since public records establish these facts, your repeated and conclusory statements strongly suggest that at best, your defamatory attacks are reckless, and at worst, they are intentional and driven by malice. Either way, the racial overtones are inescapable. So the racial overtones are inescapable.
Oh my God.
Mr. Carson is a highly successful
Is he going to read this whole thing?
You are attempting to brand as a convicted fraud felon.
I'm going back to the chat.
You tear him down and say that he cannot be trusted because he is a convict. You associate him with a community full of murderers, rapists, pedophiles, and con artists and child molesters. You falsely accuse him of illegally keeping for his own use funds that he raised for a charity.
I mean, it's
you did that too, didn't you?
Just like how
this is a totally separate person from you, but yet and still,
hey, like
everything you said
this is going to be
in
studied.
the same exact order.
Did someone write that?
Isn't it?
Yeah, that's awesome.
We got you, man.
They're going to hold freaking psychiatry.
You got to
classes
stop
on
cutting
this.
and pasting, and you got to stop listening. You should have did a better job on this.
Hey, Mule said
you
this
should
is
have
a
really questioned
3-hour
yourself
long
before you
meme.
put your feet in hot water.
So
Defendant number
good.
3. You falsely accuse him of illegally keeping his own funds that he has raised for a charity.
Amazing.
You shamelessly used his mugshot from the December 2013 arrest to associate him with criminality at the time when many reputable publications are acknowledging such practices impactfully contribute to systemic racism. And that's exactly what this is, by the way.
The Cyanide Bible
This whole
is
attack
defendant
is
number
racism.
7.
If you disagree with Mr. Carson's professional endeavors, then you are free to voice and share your opinions on his work.
I'm dying.
But
This is
we will not
incredible.
allow you to do so maliciously and misrepresent his past,
Oh my goodness.
especially after all the challenges he has so admirably
You're
overcome.
right, dude. He doesn't have any friends. That's
Just what
why
the
he's
asthma
doing
do.
all this, man.
The,
Hey, but it's like he just wrote
pneumonia
this whole
in my
thing
throat.
himself.
To be clear, we provide this letter in accordance with all pre-suit conditions for initiating a defamation action against you and your production company.
Hey,
Production company.
Nora's like, I need
You have
help.
one
I'm
too,
dying.
don't
I'm
you? You're
in
the one who
tears.
produced this content, aren't you?
Dude,
Interesting.
This is incredible.
We demand immediate and full retraction of all content you have published online, or otherwise perpetuating the false narrative that Mr. Carson is a convicted fraud felon and is an ex-convict. You initially made these statements on Twitter and post dated 21, blah, 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 blah. So and so on. I can keep going on that.
He
But your
just fast
allegations
forwarded himself.
Thank you,
about
Billy.
our client are false statements. Of
I
fact.
manifested
Mr.
that.
Carson
Perfect that
is
you
not a
manifested,
convicted
bro.
fraud felon,
Bro, are you
ex-convict,
God?
has never been
Manifested,
incarcerated.
bro. No,
He has
'cause I don't
never
have
been
that thing
convicted
yet.
of fraud.
This is
He has never
insane.
been convicted of a felony. Indeed, with the exception of a traffic a minor traffic offense, Mr. Carson has ever been convicted of any crime. I got tickets.
Incredible.
My biggest crime was that when I was a teenager, I got pulled over. I got like 6 tickets in one stop.
Someone broke my heart.
The cop was really messing with me. I did have a light busted. It was an old car. It was a junker. It was a hoopty.
Oh, we're back to this. A hoopty.
I did not have my license on me. As I told you earlier, I was used to leave my license in the house. I had other issues going on with the registration. I didn't have a copy of that on me and all this other stuff. So by the time I got all said and done, I had like 6 tickets, and I just ripped them up and threw them in the garbage. That's my biggest crime. I paid for that. I mean, I was 16 years old, man. I mean, I was a kid. I'm 53 now. I mean, come on.
Sure.
Dude, I'm dying, bro. My family probably thinks I'm out of my mind. So, with the exception of
the traffic,
like sitting here laughing.
Mr. Carson has never been convicted of any crime. Further, the context in which you have presented your allegations reflects a clear intent to harm Mr. Carson's reputation, unjustly injure his business associations and dealings, and deceptively undermine the validity of his work. You suggest that Mr. Carson's colleagues should not collaborate with him. Oh, that sounds like the defendant number 4 again. Exact words.
You know, I gotta admit, he's got his defendants all like, you know, lined up pretty well. Like, he's really good at that.
This guy,
because he lost me, man. I got lost at
defendant number 4. Copied and pasted
16.
A lot of his work.
Hey, the Sinai gang.
What he did,
nice guys.
Almost line by line.
Sinai gang.
Ooh,
you rely on non-existent felony fraud conviction.
I like that.
To dissuade others from doing business with Mr. Carson and to call into question his entire body of work. The gist of your statements is not simply that Mr. Carson was convicted of felony fraud, but that he's a fraud. His business is a fraud. Anything he touches is inherently untrustworthy. You apparently want to cancel Mr. Carson and promote your own brand with other shotgun-style online tactics. That sounds really similar to what's going on right here with this cult that you're in now.
Oh my God!
You've been jumped in, aren't you?
By West
By your own desire for validation or genuine dislike of Mr. Carson, your statements are actionable in a court of law. Your false statements have accused and continue to accuse to cause significant damage to our client and compel him to take action to protect his interests. Mr. Carson is aware of his rights to pursue claims for relief against you, and this letter represents our good faith attempt to initiate a constructive civil dialogue in furtherance of reaching an agreeable resolution, which we did reach an agreeable resolution. We reached that resolution. I urge you to take our demands, not to take our demands lightly. If you assume that there is no intention of Mr. Carson's part to follow through, if you assume that there is no intention on Mr. Carson's part to follow through, you do so at your own peril. He has the resolve and the means to litigate and dispute through a trial in which your exposure will be high. I suggest you consider the multi-million-dollar judgment recently rendered against YouTuber Tasha K. Juries everywhere quickly waking up to the very real damage online attacks can cause. The plaintiff in that case rightfully pointed out that what separates her from a high schooler getting cyberbullied is that she has the means, and I have the means, to fight in court.
I have the means.
Similarly, Mr. Carson has the means to seek justice and find, moreover, has every intention.
Why is he reading this?
Thank you for your prompt attention. So forth and so on. Daniel A. Powell, Esquire.
How did this make sense in his mind?
And we got our pound of flesh. Now.
Please don't bring another one.
Oh my God, please read something else. Please read something else.
No.
Yes, yeah, read that. Whatever that is, read it.
No, come on,
Billy,
man.
please.
Let's see, what is this? Oh, here goes another one. This one is actually in court right now.
Yes.
We're in court right now.
Okay.
With this gentleman here, Toronto A. Johnson, aka Moorish TV on YouTube. He took the same information from this Mr. Lewinsky that defendant number 4 took, and that you now, defendant number 3, has taken, and he copied and pasted it, and he regurgitated it like a parrot. And guess what? He's in hot water.
He's got sued too.
We're in court right now.
You get sued.
And he's been summoned to go to trial.
Ben, you're getting sued for sure.
The little bit of money that he made from the little YouTube videos is all gone. It's all going away. There's another one here. I wanted to show the case file, but I didn't upload that one here. But it shows that he tried to put in a thing.
Guys, this is why we started the hashtag Bully Carson, because this is what he's doing. He's trying to scare everybody from talking about posting. There's fair use laws. I'm not an attorney, this is my opinion, but there's fair use laws. If you're taking videos like this and commentating on stuff like that, from what I understand, you're good.
Yeah.
Hit it.
Thing
But he's
into
a
the court to
bully
have
Carson.
it thrown out, and the judge said, no.
No.
You got to deal with this one, buddy. And you're gonna pay for this. So the little $300 he made off of YouTube, that's long gone.
Dang, he made
See, every time you
$300.
got to get an attorney, you got to put up about $5,000
We
to
ain't making
$10,000
$300.
retainer. In some of these cases, it's $15,000 to $20,000 retainer. You see? So I know that defendant number 2 is already calculating how many of his people he can beg for money so he can have some attorney, because he's already talking about Billy Carson is suing me. No, I never. And that letter that you showed defendant number 2 was not a lawsuit letter. It was a cease and desist letter that you have taken and utilized illegal content and put on your platforms, and have dispersed that illegal content to many platforms against my wishes, because it was never publicly available content. There was a do not consent and a cease and desist on that from the very, very jump, long before anyone else got their hands on it. So in that case, you're now distributing illegal information.
Oh my gosh. And Wes didn't
That's
say
what
he's
you're
suing
actually
him.
doing. And you know that because in one of your videos, you said, I know I'm not supposed to post this, but here it goes anyway. So that just incriminated you, and we have a copy of that.
Wes's GoFundMe in the
incriminated
description.
yourself. Thank you. We appreciate you.
Legal fund.
And yes, beg your followers for money. I'm sure your zealots will give you a lot of money. It
Yeah,
doesn't
we
really
will.
matter. They're just pissing their money away.
Dude, this is the best. Oh, please pull up another document.
Close this out a little bit here. I got some more to talk about.
Yes.
I'm not done yet,
Yes.
y'all. We got 13,500, 13,600 now in the chat. I'm not done yet.
Thank God.
Let me check out this live chat. Y'all still here? Y'all
Yeah,
sleeping or
they
y'all
are.
awake?
Oh, they're awake, Billy.
Y'all sleeping or y'all awake? In this live chat. Huh?
Oh, what a weirdo.
This is what they try to do when you get famous. You see? I let a lot of it slip because a lot of these people are just ignorant, poor people. You know, they're just poor people. They're just ignorant.
Wow.
So I let a lot of it, you know, whatever, man. These
Damn,
people are
another
just poor
Biden
dummies.
slip.
You know, what can you do? But every now and then, you got to push back a little bit. You got to let people know, like, hey, I'll let you go so far, but then I'm going to draw a line in the sand. And you think your cult is so huge and so massive.
Gang, bro. Get it right.
Yeah.
I've
We're
got
gang.
people in every area of
West
politics. And yes, I still call them polytricksters, but I've got people in politics. I've got people in 3-letter agencies. They come on tour with me.
Cool.
I've got people in government. I've got people in countries.
In countries.
Powerful people that support. I've got billionaires. I've got billionaires' numbers on my cell phone.
He's got the Anunnaki.
Billionaires.
Cool.
I can just call right now and have casual conversations with.
Do it. Do
I
it.
hang out with
Do
them.
it.
Sue them.
I got powerful people behind me. So you think you got powerful people behind you and you got zealots behind you? Congratulations.
Jesus,
You
baby.
thought I was just some dumb black guy that just happened to get a little lucky with a couple of clips online and
Here
Nah,
we go.
dude, we
get some
just think you're dumb.
popularity.
Here we go.
Like Kendrick Lamar say, they not like us. They not like us.
Is that his source for the Sinai Bible?
Anyway, let me get back to this thing here.
Like the
Got a little bit
acclaimed
more.
Dr.
Got a little
Dre
bit more in me.
says, Jesus may not have been
Y'all want to hear
crucified.
some more?
Yes.
I got some more in me.
Keep it going.
Got some more in me, man. Defendant number 4 is going to be getting exposed like R. Kelly and P. Diddy in an upcoming documentary.
Wow. Man,
He's making a documentary.
It's going to
now.
be amazing.
This is going to be amazing. Oh, is
It's
that
called
4?
Surviving David McCullough.
Okay, David is number
It's being
4.
produced right now.
Why doesn't he have a black line over his
And it's
eyes?
going to expose every little dark secret,
Neither
all
did
the sexual
Terrence.
harassment, all the theft, all the lies, all the thieving and deceiving and the robbing of investment dollars. the people have invested in this company all coming together to
I think
put
he
a
needs to
class
hire
action
you for
suit
his
against him
graphics,
for
man.
taking their money.
Oh, I would crush.
You'd crush it.
People are rallying right now to put all the information into report. A lot of legal activity going on, and myself, we're already filing. Well, first we have a step-by-step process. First, you have to send the cease and desist. That's your standard process. Like I did with defendant number 2, you have to send that cease and desist. You have to send that. If you don't send that, then you don't have a ground to stand on it. You give a person a chance. You give them a chance to take it down. But like with them, the fact that we already know they're not going to do that, it's just a process.
Yeah, because Wes posted the whole debate today. It's
just the process of the wheel spinning. We know that the NDP, from the University of Ontario, these people that are these religious zealots, we know what they're into. And that's okay.
What are we
like I
into,
said, the RCMP,
into memes,
the VPD, the CAFC,
ABCD, the EFG, the HIJK.
Fortunately, I have
LMNOP.
fans in those places. You just never know when you're poking a real bear.
Dude, his eyes are dead.
You just never know when you're poking a real bear. You see? You just never know. But this surviving David McCullough is going to be huge. Just like R. Kelly, just like P. Diddy. It's going to be exposed. What he did to these women, how he stole money from these women. He literally manipulated all women, single women, and a few men, but mostly women.
Okay, so he's at this moment, he's
stole
defending
money from
that
them,
guy.
manipulated them.
He said he literally manipulated them, stole their money.
Stole equipment, blackmailed people. It's all coming out. Lied on people about sexual assault to blackmail them.
What is he? I
What
don't
does this have
understand.
to do with West?
I'm
to
bro?
steal the
so
equipment
lost
from
right
them.
now.
I thought he said
all
he's
coming out.
exposing the fake debate. What are you ranting
Surviving
about?
David McCullough. And the lawsuits are all dropping. He's going to have so many lawsuits at one time, he won't even know. It's going to be just like Diddy. Just like Diddy. The documentary is coming out very soon.
Dude, this guy thinks he's taking people down like Diddy.
Surviving
This is how
David McCullough. That's
delusional he is.
defendant number 4. Got him. He also doxed me.
Hey, that's mine.
He must be
3.5
watching.
years ago with the same
He must be
information that
watching
defendant
Bettis.
number
That's-
3
He's
used.
watching Bettis.
That's
Is
why I
he
know
watching
I know
us
his
right now?
source.
For sure, dude. He's
Identical
watching people in
information.
high places.
Even the
defendant
video
me?
where I'm helping people from Hurricane Maria. I'm buying water, buying supplies, and shipping it out of the country, which I was written up in a magazine about. All receipts were posted online. They tried to say that I raised money to buy these supplies to keep the money. I mean, for real? That was peanuts. It wasn't even a lot of money. It wasn't. I was driving a $200,000 Mercedes. Why in the world would I need to start a GoFundMe account? Which, by the way, GoFundMe verified everything. That's why I love GoFundMe.
Me too.
They verified all that
too.
money that I sent to
Go to Wes's
the money I
GoFundMe.
raised to send
Link
those
in the
2
description.
gigantic trailers over to Houston, Texas. They verified the money that I used to buy the supplies for Hurricane Maria. And they also verified the money that I gave to that woman that was getting evicted from her home. A random waitress. I went to lunch one day, and a random waitress who I had seen there 4 or 5 times was crying behind the counter. It's all on video on my Forbidden Knowledge account.
He recorded it.
I didn't record her crying at the time, but I asked her
Oh.
what was wrong, what was going on. And she told
And then
me
you recorded her?
that, she was getting evicted and she has 3 kids. Young girl. So I went live. That's still there. I went live and I said, hey, guys, this woman is getting evicted. She works here at this restaurant. Would you guys be willing to donate and help donate some money to help keep her apartment, and so they don't get evicted today? And they said, yeah. So we started a GoFundMe. I went up there. GoFundMe doesn't pay that quick. I went up there and paid the money to her. I gave her a check for $15,000, and you see me writing the check.
Dude, he
My
recorded
friend
the whole
Henry was
thing.
with me. We drove up there in my car, gave her the check, and told her this is in advance. The money hasn't come in yet from GoFundMe, obviously, because that takes a whole while to approve and get processed. But I know it's going to come in because my people are legit. I gave her the $15K, and she saved her family. Her kids wrote letters to me. They wrote stories and everything else. They were so happy. And then about 2 weeks after it all happened, I get another call from who? GoFundMe.
Dude,
They made me go back up there and take a picture of her ID and stand there with her and have her say what happened and show a receipt for everything she used that money for.
I think he thinks this is a different podcast.
Just like the other instances.
like I think
we have receipts. So yeah, there's no way I'm going to use a hurricane scenario to try to raise capital for myself when that money was absolute peanuts to me.
Peanut?
Because everybody's poor.
You see my lifestyle. That's peanuts.
Ooh.
Anyway, some of the things people come up with is just ridiculous. I want to announce something incredible. I got a huge announcement for everybody. This is a huge announcement.
Huge.
You're using
Make
real
sure you
sources?
tell everybody.
I'm going to tell everybody.
Make sure you tell everybody about this announcement.
I'm going to tell everybody.
It's going to be massive.
Gospel of Barnabas is fake.
Let me see if I can get it up here on the screen.
Tell everybody. Huge announcement.
Where's
He
this
just
thing?
found out. He just found out.
Y'all don't believe me. This is crazy. This is going to be a huge announcement. Let me get this thing up here. Oh, here it goes.
Anticipation.
It's killing
I got to show you the photo while I talk about it. Let me get the photo
documents.
ready because you guys got to see
us
this.
the
This
documents.
is amazing.
I don't want to see any photos. I just want to see text.
This is amazing.
Should read it.
Read it.
Even the punctuation.
You're going to love this,
defendant
by the
number
way.
9. He's
Especially
he's going to sue God.
The zealots. They're going to love this.
Oh, we're going to love this.
Let's see if this is it here.
Dude,
it's his new Bible study. That's what he's
here it goes. Got it. Okay. Now I can put it up here. Just want to make sure I get it on the screen for y'all.
He's going to tell us he's the Antichrist.
It's going to be massive.
It's going to be huge.
1 second. Let me just put one of these out here.
Oh my gosh.
So I can upload it now.
Right.
Let's see here. There we
His
go.
bots
Boom.
are even getting
It's
tired.
uploading. Okay. Huge announcement coming. Huge, massive announcement. I'm really looking forward to this new podcast series. I'm starting a Bible study.
No.
With a 30-year bishop in the church and the Bible study with Billy Carson and Paul Wallace, unveiling ancient truths, a deep dive into scripture
can we just
and
live
hidden
everything
knowledge.
Everything.
With
I'm starting a Bible study.
We'll get,
New podcast coming.
This is
unveiling
a joke.
Ancient truths, a deep dive into scripture.
He's just giving content
and
to
hidden
Wes.
knowledge.
For sure.
This is a gift for Wes right here.
That's right.
That's right. Dude.
Each episode is going to be incredible, mind-blowing.
Is it?
We're going to get the air dates probably twice a month. We'll put up our Bible study.
Are we going to
And I'll have incredible guests on, like Reverend Michael Beckwith.
Who's
other
that?
incredible reverends that I really love and appreciate. Other people within, different aspects of spirituality and even religion. We'll have the life coach and Bible laureate, Tim Story. We'll have all these people on.
Awesome. I can't wait to make fun
We're
of
going to have
it.
a great talk, great conversations, and we're going to teach great knowledge. Starting a Bible study.
From the Sinai Bible.
So I want to thank
and the Book of
these
Barnabas
gangbangers for creating all this
Gang,
controversy and all
West
this
Side.
energy
We're on West Side.
and stirring it up and then sending it to me because I'm taking it.
Nice.
I appreciate it.
You're welcome.
I really appreciate it.
You're welcome.
I hope you
Not only am I crushing this
Crapping.
garbage defake,
my pants.
I'm going to start a Bible study on top of that.
Yeah, do it. Gives us more content.
And you have no idea what kind of catalog of content I have. I'm getting ready to put out so much content.
Bro, I found
See, you
source
guys
is
only
called
have religion up your sleeve. That's all you can
ChatGPT,
talk about. You got no real
You
knowledge.
guys don't even know.
I can talk about anything. Quantum physics, metaphysics, spirituality. I can talk about anything. Science, sports.
Stop.
I have so many topics
We
swirling
don't-
around in my head that I can go deep diving on.
We know. We know.
Technology.
We believe you. Please don't start.
I have a
Is
new
he-
science show
He's
coming
going to
out
give
where
us
I'm
a
doing
list of all the
experiments.
things he can talk about.
All of that stuff.
Dogs.
There's so many aspects of what I
Cats.
do. And you
Lights.
guys thought that you were going to cancel and end my career. That's the subject line you guys put out. No, you building my career. You're building it.
Nah, dude. I don't think you.
That's what you're doing.
Billing it.
You're sending me energy without even realizing it. I mentioned a couple of names in this podcast, but the main culprits
is me.
I only mention the names of the people that are like losers on social media and the internet. They have no followers.
Don't call my friend a loser.
Hey.
The other one is also a loser on the internet. He has no followers at all, but I didn't mention his name for one particular reason.
He's talking trash about you guys.
Guys, subscribe right now. He's calling us losers. He said I have no followers.
The other guy, it's a big collaboration. Just like you have your collaboration that you're working on to try to take Billy Carson down. You're trying to put together a global network for one man. That's how scared you are of me. You guys are horrified of Billy Carson, aren't you? You're horrified.
This guy's talking about himself.
We got to end this guy. He's too big.
Nobody said that. Literally, nobody's said that.
You can't take down a self-made man.
Yeah, you can. It happens all the time. Why do you keep saying
Knowledge makes men unfit to be a slave. You never heard that quote before?
No.
What?
Frederick Douglass?
I heard of him.
Knowledge makes man unfit to be a slave.
Oh my gosh.
Keep your black attacks going. Keep your hatred going.
Nobody's making fun of you for being black. Yeah, nobody.
Keep your gang banging going.
Okay, we are
siphoning money from your followers.
West Side.
And spending all of it on
Go
robots
me
to make
on
fake
Wesley.
YouTube accounts and fake thumbs down and fake comments on posts and fake attacks on posts.
You said you have 140 social media
Keep
accounts.
the dark energy cycling.
Those are fake.
Just keep doing what you do. Thinking that somehow in the end, it's all going to work out for you and you'll be whisked away into this magical heaven.
He can't sue us. He just gave us permission to do it.
Keep doing it.
Oh, yeah? Oh, yeah, you're right.
I'm going to keep doing what I've done. See,
Thanks, Billy.
Your portfolio
he
of
consented.
helping people is not even close to my portfolio of helping people.
Show
It's
us
not, you're not even in the same
papers.
category as me. None of you.
Even Satan is
Show
bored.
us more papers. Is bored? Oh my God. Satan is bored.
None of you.
The
I literally
demons
have
fell
a
asleep.
portfolio of the assistance that I bring to the world outside of just talking on video clips. I can teach a monkey to do that. I could teach a monkey to do tricks.
What?
I don't know. Now he's talking about how
Real
you can
help.
teach animals to
Real
do tricks.
solutions. Investing and saving and spending real money on people. Helping real people all around the world. Not begging and siphoning. I get my people to chip in because I want them to feel like they have some type of sense of accomplishment, like they're helping the world too. But things that I do behind the scenes, like building people houses that are homeless,
And then recording it and posting
donating
it.
money to orphanages every single year, and all these other projects that I run behind the scenes that it's none of your business that I'm doing.
Well, then don't tell us.
I know. Then stop
I can sit here
recording
and
it.
brag for hours.
Please do. Please.
You guys aren't doing that. You're trying to figure out how you can siphon another 10,000 out of your followers so you can continue to find some type of attack. You're trying to find out how you can siphon another 10,000 out of your followers by lying to them and fabricating to them so that you can figure out how you can find out where I live and show up at my house. You have followers, your followers contacting, your sheep contacting us, telling us they're going to attack our 12-year-old kid.
Show it.
Show it.
You have your following based on your lies and your deception attacking our 12 years old YouTube account, which he's just a little YouTube gamer. His little account, he was so happy to have his account. Now we have to keep him off of it so he doesn't see these attacking comments. Hatred, evil, darkness, all in the name of the Lord, right?
Show
A
it.
12-year-old. A 12-year-old.
Maybe if you say it again, it'll stick.
Interesting. Interesting. Wow, that's what you guys are up to? That's what y'all support? Y'all support attacking children now? And pulling up on people's houses?
You did it.
You did that.
We've got
crazy.
voice recordings of conversations
You're crazy, bro.
that you guys have been putting out there. See, you don't know who's on the other end of that phone that supports us. You think they're supporting you.
Dude, this guy thinks he has wiretaps. This is the level of delusion.
You never know when you're going to poke a bear.
Again with the bear.
I was going to take the rest of December off. I have been bragging about that all year long in all of our podcasts. We were going to take December off and relax.
Then
I just came back from my 1-year wedding anniversary with my beautiful, gorgeous wife.
And manager.
We relaxed in a huge 8,500 square foot mansion with our best friends.
Wow. How big was the pool?
On a tiny private island.
Color was
and had
the
the
sand.
best of times when all of your foolishness was propagating. And I just said, let it go. Don't respond right now. Let it go. Let it get into the system. So they can cultivate and create the energy that I want to absorb. And I'm absorbing all of it. I'm not the same almost half dead person that you tried to talk to a few weeks ago. I've gotten my clear mind back.
Are you going to do the debate
again? My brain fog is gone.
Do the debate again.
My body weight's coming back. I'm lifting and working out every single day. I'm getting stronger by the second.
Do it.
I'm not that weak, sick person that just almost died. That was in the hospital, coming on a show on a video feed with a IV bandage on.